Happy Thursday. Welcome to the show. We have a great show planned for you. We have Bull, Barbie, and Forrest. We'll be answering lots of questions, sharing education, sharing trade ideas. Let's welcome Bull, Barbie, and Forrest will be joining us shortly.
Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Barbie. How are you?
Good. We had kind of a fun move overnight. I caught a little bit of it, but
Oh my gosh, the big move up?
yeah.
Yeah, and we had Nvidia earnings last night.
Nvidia earnings. So last night was the big night that we were waiting for. So we did in fact get the big move off of all of that. So
Yeah, I missed it. I saw it after it moved and I'm like, is that right? Am I reading that right? That number? So yeah, let us know. Share with us what you're thinking this morning. What are you kind of seeing in the charts?
well, we've been just hovering around. We're technically in a larger consolidation on the daily. This is the ES daily right now. I'm going to bring us back to the weekly just for a second, though. I brought this up at the beginning of the week, and I've been watching this all week, so I want to make sure that y'all are aware of it and watching as well. But we have a daily on the, a bull flag on the weekly that is forming right now. And so I've been watching this candle to see if we're going to stay up here and keep filling out this bull flag on the weekly or not. In order to fill it out, we would have to have a higher close. So to make it clean anyway. So that's on watch. But if I move down, so here's this big move overnight. And, so we close, let me put this is an hourly chart. So these candles look like they're more normal, but this is actually a massive move. So we closed around here, around the 59.25 level when we had settlement last night. And then we had this big rally. And this was actually, well, we had Nvidia news. So we were kind of hoping that Nvidia was going to help this rally. What actually ended up coming was it was Trump tariff, he was getting blocked by something. So
it was something about the courts. They said it wasn't legal, the tariffs or something.
Yeah, they're blocking his tariffs that were affecting Nvidia. And so this is the reaction the market got. And on news, a lot of the times we retrace 50 to 61.8 or so percent of that, which is what it did. So now we're kind of waiting to see what happens next. Just in general, I'm going to zoom out on this and we're going to look kind of between the levels a little bit. Don't let them distract you. This is the structure that we're in on the hourly. So it's pretty clearly higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. And we keep doing that. And basically above the 58.21, I've been just kind of bullish. I have a daily line in the sand that I'll kind of watch, but this is a more macro line in the sand that I've been watching around the 58.21. And sure enough, as soon as we got over that, we've just been kind of filling out this higher high, higher low pattern. So if we are going to continue that pattern, that's what I'm going to put the context of where these actual levels are into the day. And yesterday didn't move very much. So we're already outside of yesterday, but we have tested below that high. So I'm wondering if, the choppy scenario is going to be staying inside of all of this recent price action. Above yesterday's low, which on ES was 58.90, and below the high from overnight at 6,000. You'll know my targets up here that we didn't get during regular trading hours were this 58 or 59.56, 59.58. Those were some swing highs that we had, and then the 6,000. And that's exactly where price went. So all of these levels are really kind of good. And if we end up chopping in this area, we still have a nice wide range, really from 59.25 up to 6,000. So even the choppy scenario, there's some things to do, and that would just kind of be level by level. But I would not be surprised if we test down into the 59.25. And if you think about this kind of logically, this is where I have my cursor right now is where we closed. So it won't go right between them, but it's between these two candles is where we closed. And all of this action was in the overnight. So this is not where all participants had access. And so that's why the market is going to want to retrace down here and make sure that this price is accepted by the market, not just the overnight traders, but also the regular trading hours traders.
Mm-hmm.
It makes a lot of sense to kind of fill in this and test down to 25. But after that, we could end up chopping in this nice big wide range. I mean, it's basically a 100-point range, but in order to maintain this swing, this higher low, I would want to see 59.25 hold. And as long as 59.25 holds, we're still maintaining this bullish structure and can keep working higher. If we start breaking out above, and it's the 6,008 is technically our overnight high, but with the 6,000 level is going to be a big psychological level. This is the target up here I have at 60.30. So that's kind of the next thing that I'm looking for there. There's also another target. I don't even know if I have it marked on this chart yet. Yep, I do. Around 6,081. So those are, if we really start squeezing, I've got those up there. And then if all of this fails and the market decides that this pricing is a little optimistic right now, what will happen is we'll see these levels start break and this low down here start to break. And then that would be first testing the 5,900, then the 58.77 and on down level to level. So we've been trading just level to level this week. So that's what I've been real focused on.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense what you're saying about how the overnight prices, but like New York hasn't had a chance yet to do price discovery.
That's why we have these retracements a lot. And one of my favorite trades, this didn't set up as a technical gap because this price traveled through it. But a lot of times in this situation, we might end up with a gap down here. And that's one of my favorite gap setups. So even though this gap wasn't here, I was still looking kind of at that gap setup, which is price just really wants to explore that untraded area and almost confirm that that's what we should, that we're ready to move higher and that that's all, it's all accepted.
Like all the sellers have already sold at that price and the buyers are scooping it all up. It'll be really interesting if we can trade above 6,000. That would be cool.
That would be pretty exciting. So that would get us, now I'm on my weekly. Let me move down to my daily. That would get us back up inside of this. I mean, this was the area. This is on a daily, really kind of where the major support and resistance zones are. That would get us up into these highs that we were trading at the beginning of the year before we had all of the tariff news. So that's kind of the price area that we're starting to test up there. You can see the daily, even that's exactly where it rejected, was getting back into that chop zone. The market wasn't quite ready overnight to go into there, but it could be during regular trading hours, we start getting into that area.
And could it be that we start to get into that area and then it initially rejects it? Have you seen that before? Like sometimes there's just a lot of inventory.
Sometimes we're not ready because this is an area that we chopped around there last time. We could very well get kind of stuck in some chop again up there. And if we have anything that needs to be, I guess, like tidied up still in lower prices, that's the way a lot of auction theory traders kind of look at the market with market profile and volume profile and all of that, just understanding how auctions work, that if there's a buyer that's still willing to buy down here, the market's going to want to go find them. So that's kind of the way, just the way the market works, really.
Yeah, thank you. What are your thoughts on NQ? I don't know if you got a chance to look at it this morning.
Well, you know, it's the nice thing about having markets that are really, really tied together, like the ES and the Nasdaq, is I can kind of watch the ES chart and kind of line those levels up, because you can see like this little low that we put in, it lines up really nicely right there with the 21,617.15 area. And then we have the same kind of shape and structure on the highs too. So we have that high up there at 21,858.75, and that's that same move that we have on the Nasdaq. So this is kind of the way that I like to look at it. When since you know, we always are talking about how working smarter, not harder on this channel, and this is one of those ways. I can just literally look and see this big level, this 59.70 level. on ES is going to line up real nicely over here with the 21,730 area. So that's the way I kind of look at it. I do have my magic levels on here that'll kind of give me a little bit of help with that. But the Nasdaq is really kind of in the same zones. I'll even show you. So this is the daily for the S&P. And if I go to the daily for the Nasdaq, it's even looking like the same thing. So if you're not familiar with my daily chart, I'll tell you what I have going on here. These are Keltner channels. Some people prefer Bollinger Bands, and I think it's just depending on who taught you which one you like best. They kind of have the same function. But I use the 2 ATR and the 3 ATR Keltners to give me just a visual representation of where the market is likely to extend to. And that's kind of where we are right now. So we're challenging the 2 ATR and going into the third, which is kind of this is where I like to book my profits on longs, whether I'm in Nasdaq or ES or anything like that, on the long swings. So that's kind of, I told y'all yesterday, I was making sure I got my profits booked on the last little SPY calls that I was running. And
awesome,
so that's the
trade. Congrats.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, on that trade, what I do, and I have made videos about this, but they're old, should probably redo it. On this daily chart, whether it's Nasdaq, because I can trade it on Qs, or the S&P, I can trade it on SPY or SPX. I just look at these shapes, and when we get up to these extensions, that's kind of my sell zone. Then we come back down to the yellow line, I'll buy one. And if we go deeper, I can buy a second one and a third one. But this is just a move I love to make. If we're in a bullish trend, we'll come down to the yellow line really often before we go back up into the 2 and 3 ATR Keltners. That's my favorite little swing move.
Yeah, instead of buying the highs, you're like being patient, waiting for it to come back to the average.
It is kind of a weird skill I've developed over years, like thinking about the swing trading and the little day trades that I take on futures. It's I've managed to do both. So yesterday, I mean, I was in a long taking a short. So I was long SPY, shorting Nasdaq, but it's all different time frames. I've talked about this a lot. Like you can have two traders that are both right, and one says that we're going to go down, and one says that we're going to go up, but they're thinking in different time frames. So we can get that short move on the 5-minute chart and the long move on the hourly chart, and they can both profit and they can both make money off of that. So I've always thought that was really cool about trading.
Yes, I think that's super cool too, that like everyone can win. It's not just, okay, if you're in short, I'm in long. It doesn't necessarily mean only one person's going to win. So it looks like the market, Nasdaq is up 310 points about, and we are a little over 5 minutes and the market will be opening. Everyone hit the like button. Make sure you like and subscribe. Let's get those numbers up. What should we set the first bounty at? What do you think, Barbie?
Well, I wasn't paying attention to where we are. Okay, so we have a little over 500 right now. What if we do another 650?
650? I like it. Let's do 650. All right, guys, let's get it up to 650.
I'm trying to reward you early views. Y'all got to get us up there.
Yes, let's do it. So today we will be giving away like batches of resets. So stay tuned. Make sure you go and share the show on all of your social medias. Let your friends, let your family know. And then we'll also be doing the forums because we've gotten good feedback about that. Like doing the forums.
I like balancing it that. So we get to, the fast people still get to get something. And then if you're not one of those, we're spreading out the love. So
yes, I agree. I love that. And I just love that they're asking for feedback and then they pay attention and make adjustments. So thanks everyone for giving us feedback. It's very helpful. I'm seeing people saying they love it. They love the resets. And yeah. Oh, lucky Luke is here. Luke is here? I thought Luke is getting recharged today.
Somebody's posting on the MyFundedFutures. So on that note, I'll go ahead and hype that for y'all. Because so we have the code YouTube. So if you don't win an account, or even if you do and you want to have a second one, this is a good deal. So it's new users get 50% off if you're an existing customer, 30% off the 50K starter plus accounts this week. Those are really popular. So those are a really good starter account. I've been recommending those to a lot of people.
The starter plus. There's no consistency rules, right? Like once you're funded.
Well, I mean, the rules are just really simple, and they're really it's a really affordable account. It's kind of I think it appeals to the most people. If
Yes.
you may not be ready for the bigger leveraged accounts with the tougher rules that are harder to earn and all that. So that one's kind of a good happy medium for everyone.
Yeah, and 30% off. I don't think I've ever seen it at 30% off. It's a
Good deal.
great deal.
But I
Yeah.
keep pointing out is everyone's like, well, the other account is cheaper, but it's not because you have to pay 150, 180 activation fee on it, and they don't do that. So
No, and I love that it's automatic. Like once you pass the eval, the system just automatically does it all, and then your account disappears. Or it appears the new funded one, which is nice because sometimes some other firms like they make you
you have to go
do an
find the
extra
special
step.
forms. I still have a hard time with it. Like, where is that form? Wait, I have to go do another form?
Yeah, and I have to find the credit. Where exactly? So when I first started trading with MyFundedFutures, that was one pleasant surprise I wasn't expecting, and I was like, "Oh, that's so nice! It just appeared."
Yeah.
Yeah. So the market is going to open in 3 minutes. We are just kind of chopping around. We're still up 1.37% in the Nasdaq. We did have news this morning. We had initial jobless claims, I think, at 7:30 Central Time.
Yeah. I didn't see any big move off of that stuff this morning, which actually kind of surprised me. I was thinking we got a volume candle here, but a lot of times we get a decent move. I think the market maybe the market's a little tired this morning, a little hungover from that move last night, but that
Yeah.
was 8:05, so that wouldn't have been it. Like, I
It
don't even see a big volume candle in here, so the market is not excited about that. The Fed will definitely be looking at GDP and unemployment, though, so.
Yes. I see Pine Tree Trader said full port, Terry.
Yeah,
I've been full porting. It's yeah, I don't
it is
know.
full port Terry, yeah.
Yeah, I should just change my name to Full Port Terry. That's actually a great idea. Yes, I have been trading out of my shoes lately. I did hit DLL last night in my live account. So
Happens.
yeah, it happens. Exactly. I do have an eval that we can trade on stream if I see something good. I probably should take the 5-minute orb, right? Like that was the goal, to do it every day. So even though I don't want to today because of like last night, I really should.
If it's in your strategy and if it's in your playbook, you have to set your emotions aside and do
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah.
And it is harder. So trading live, I got my feet wet trading live on my own channel, so I kind of already been through some of this, but it is a whole new level of kind of psyching you out, saying like, okay, everyone's watching me now.
I
So
know. Yeah, it's
it
different.
takes
It's
some getting
very
used
different.
to. But
Yeah,
that's why I like trading a really systematic trade when I'm trading live, because
yeah.
I think it's good for everybody anyway. Well, the market is open,
All right, we
so
are
we'll start
open.
watching. Here's our first candle. We got well, almost 5 minutes on your first 5-minute candle, but that means we get to wait 5 minutes before anybody does anything. So
Yeah, look at that. Nice green red candle in the
the tape,
open.
the tape is all sell right now. So we'll see
Yeah.
if they find some buyers down here. We have the first level on ES down there is 59.40, and the Nasdaq level down there of 21,620. So that's going to be those swing lows that we're looking at for this pre-market move. See if those get broken. ES was bouncing right off of those levels that I was watching, and I labeled these. I get asked all the time, what's the significance of that date? There's not a significance of the date. I just label it. So I know if I want to go look back on a lower time frame chart where I can find those.
Mm.
And those are some highs that we had put in from 10 days ago or so. Not quite 10 days, but.
So when I'm looking at this chart right now, when I see that pivot to the left, I'm thinking, oh man, I really want to get in and get a quick scalp off that low. Oh, here, let me make my chart bigger. So I won't be able to see the chat once I make this bigger, just so you guys know.
I'll keep them under control for you.
Awesome. Thanks. Okay, so we are in micros right now. So seeing this, I do want to put a sell stop here. So this level is 620.
Yeah, that's the low.
Yeah, it's the pivot low. It's at about 615. That's okay. All right, so we are in.
I was about to say you should be in. So what are you targeting down there?
So I have these brackets set at $200 for $200.
Okay.
Yeah, and I did just tighten this, and the stop is right above this candle.
I love
So
this.
this isn't the 5-minute orb. This is the like, ooh, I see this very nice pivot, and I think there's going to be a lot of stops right there kind of trade. Coupled with aggressive selling in this candle.
There you go. Get it. Booked
Yeah.
first thing, like first candle of the morning. Let's go. I just noticed. Okay, well, the chat is making sure we realize that it is time to hit one of those bounties.
All right. Oh, did we hit it? We smashed
We smashed it.
Nice. Good job, chat.
Yeah.
All right. Let me check in and see what we have ready for our first giveaway, because we have a bunch today. Is the form up, Barbie? I can't see.
Not yet, but we've got people, so we'll make sure that form gets put up, and I'll let you know when we get it. But we do have the form today.
Yes, that is exciting. I love the new forms. Should we take a question from chat while we're waiting to see what happens here? And then also while we wait for our code, our special code. Everyone, make sure you keep hitting the like button if you haven't already, and keep sharing our stream.
Okay, so the reset codes are, so the other day we had the reset codes go up just randomly. So you'll have to pay attention.
All right. So anytime.
Should we put them up randomly? Y'all gotta watch.
You gotta watch.
These are gonna be for the reset codes.
Yeah, it's for 50K starter account free reset. So everyone pay attention. Once we hit each bounty, they'll just like randomly pop it on. So we don't know when. This is kind of exciting. I don't know when it's going to happen. It's like a surprise. So this trade, it is pulling back. So now we're up about 1%-ish from yesterday's close. It would be so wild if we completely closed the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel very sorry for anyone that bought overnight at the highs, because
we don't buy highs. Why would we buy highs? We don't buy highs. We want to make money.
We want to make money. Yeah. Sometimes you can get caught up in the emotions of it. I know. Yeah. I have, definitely. Like when the market just rips, and then you hear the news like, oh, the court's reversed, like, this tariff decision. And then it's easy, especially if you're a beginner trader, to think, oh, the market is just going to keep going higher. Oh, there it is. The code. Oh, wait. Yeah, the code just dropped.
Oh, there you go.
53 resets. Use code 50 market move.
Terry's helping y'all out there. She's even announcing it for y'all. Go get them. Go get them.
All right. Let us know if you got one.
Cody got one.
Good job, Cody. This trade it's working.
I see a bunch of people getting it. There we go.
Nice. Congrats, everyone.
Pieter. Is that how we say that? He got one too.
Now I'm gonna try and pull it up on my phone. So
Jason Kong got one. Pigeon, don't be sad. Don't be sad. Everybody gets 30% off at worst. Worst case scenario, you get 30% off.
Yeah, that's a really good deal. I kind of want to do some math just to tell everyone what a good deal it is. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving away thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So this is awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
The code is gone. That code is used up. So I do not think these codes apply to SimFunded. I think this is for resets on evals.
On the 50K starter. Okay, so let's set the next bounty. What should we set it at?
Whew. I mean, we've got a good crowd today. Can we get to 1,500?
1,500?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Let's do it. Next bounty, you guys, is 1,500. So let's
And before we
share.
move on, I'm going to point out again real quick, the code, the YouTube code is for the Starter Plus accounts. It's not on all the accounts. It's on the Starter Plus. So a few of y'all are asking.
Thanks for answering that. Yeah. So we're getting another red candle. So if I were to take the 5-minute orb, my entry would be here on the short. That kind of makes me feel good. Because
You're
I'm
already in it. So
short.
you front run your orb a little bit.
Yes. So do you ever have trouble with that? Like getting in trades early?
Yeah, I don't like to front run my trades, but what I'll do is, so I have a little bank of setups, and I can draw if I see a setup happening within a setup, or I have one setup and then, okay, so we talked about the fibwit as an example. So if I'm watching for the orb and I see a fibwit within the orb, I could enter the fibwit and have my target on a fibwit target. But then if the orb entry hits and the orb entry is farther out, then I can move to the new entry for the new play that I just front ran off of another setup, if that makes sense.
I think I want to see this in action.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's probably been like mentioned in videos, but I haven't done one exactly about that. Yeah, Mike wants to know too. I'll have to do a video on that. Like, I'll find some examples where that works, because at Open I don't necessarily have one right here, but
Yeah.
And how's your trade going? You should be doing pretty nicely on that one.
It is. It's up about $90-ish. So we're already about halfway to the target. The target is 200. Yeah. On these trades, I do like to go 1-to-1. It's just, I like simple, my brain, less thinking. It's just so much
Well, that's all of
easier.
us. There's more chance for error the more layers and everything you have. That's why we just have to keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
So.
I remember when I was first learning, I had like probably 10 different indicators on my chart. Like you couldn't even see what was happening.
Yeah, I used to think the more the merrier. So if I had this indicator showing me that we were bearish, and then this indicator would also show that we were bearish, and if I had all these indicators showing that we were bearish, then I could enter safely. But that's not the way it works at all. That's late. That's
because by then
that idea. Yeah.
Most of the move has already happened. That's the thing about the indicators, is like they're all lagging, right? I mean, most of them are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on how you're looking at them. People are looking at them as signals. And if you look at RSI thinking that once we're oversold, that's a signal to go the other way, then it is lagging and it's useless and there's no point in it. But that's not really how RSI is supposed to be used. I know there's lots of videos telling everybody that's how to use it, but that's not how like the professional traders use it. They're looking for more divergences and confirmations with RSI and not a signal from RSI. So just a little food for thought there.
Yeah, thank you. That is, it is different to think of the way that like a beginner and intermediate trader might think versus like the professional traders that are profitable. So we are going to drop the forum, you guys. So make sure you fill out the forum to get a chance to win the 50K Starter Plus account. And we will be choosing 10 people in the next 15 minutes.
So this is the easy one. You just go fill out the form and you've got a chance. So this is where you need your luck, but we've all got a bit of luck. We're traders.
Yes, I love luck. Sometimes people are like, oh, you just got lucky. It's like, all right, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Sometimes luck can fall on our side and sometimes it doesn't. It's so easy to remember the times that it doesn't. It reminds me of, I took this one class and they were talking about like different fallacies that our brain can kind of get stuck on. And one of them is like when bad things happen, we think, oh, that is it paints a picture that that is the probability of bad things always happening. Like, for example,
Yeah.
if you're running late, it's always, you're going to hit every single red light, but really your brain is just remembering all the red lights, but it's not remembering all the green lights, which I think is interesting. I think that applies to trading too. This trade is working. It's
Yeah.
going.
Let's
It's up about
go.
$130. Let's
And I
go.
haven't even gotten to enter, so now I'm feeling a little annoyed about mine, but that's okay. I did
Oh,
like that life lessons with Terry there.
thank you. I have more.
But I
I'll share
absolutely
more.
agree, and I keep telling the chat there because some of them are like, gimme, gimme, gimme. I never get anything. This sucks. Everything's terrible. The whole world's against me. Y'all are not the ones that win the free accounts. It's the people that have the good vibes. Like that's where you get your luck is staying positive. And I promise, like,
Yeah. Staying positive is huge. It helps
if
in
I didn't
every
stay positive,
aspect of
yeah,
it.
I wouldn't be able to do this, or I would think that the charts are always against me and the market's always against me, and
Yeah.
the way it is.
Did you ever experience that in the beginning, like feeling like, oh, the market is out to get me, or did you, or like the market makers, Goldman is out for my stops? Have you, like
Yeah,
when
I
you
mean,
were first
everybody feels
learning?
that way at some point, but
Mhm.
I think at a point, especially if you're trading. Okay, you guys, if you're trading a prop account, especially the sim accounts. If you have an eval, it's a sim account. If you have a sim funded, it's a sim account. If you're trading a sim account, the market really doesn't see your orders. The market's not coming for your stop on your sim eval. Okay, they're not. So you
They
have to
can't see
remember not
it.
to take it personally.
Yes, they can't see it. Exactly. And sometimes it's just the psychology um, of the group of groups of humans, and so it feels like they're copying, like the market is just knows exactly where you stop, where your stop is, but really it's just the mass group psychology. Like, for example, if your stop was here and you were going long, a lot of people, I don't know why, but we like to put our stops below pivots. And so if your stop gets hit, like let's say it's a live account and you have a legit stop like on in the market, it's not because of like you, it's just mass group psychology, I feel like. Oh, it's still pushing, it's good. What are you thinking for the 15-minute orb? Are you planning
Well,
on
I
taking
already
it,
put my
or
order on the high because I don't think that's going to get broken. I was just looking. We're under a minute on the last candle forming. So rules are rules. I'm going to wait for that. We could still put in a little bit lower low. And I am looking on Nasdaq. Here, let me see. Can I? Oh, that chart's not working. I have to fix that in a second. But yeah, I do have a order in just right up here on Nasdaq. I just haven't gotten it in on the low.
okay. I
And I've
wonder what
noticed my chart is not sharing.
I'm so curious about a back test. If it doesn't work on one side, if the reversal, what the probability is on the opposite side.
I haven't run stats on that. I was actually interested because when I was talking to you, we were talking about the 5-minute orb possibly giving a clue for the 15-minute orb. So it is
Mhm.
one on my to-do list is to kind of run the stats on can we filter the 15-minute with the 5. But at a point too, it's like we got to keep things simple to an extent. And the current project that I'm working on is automating it. So
Mhm.
we are there. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
it's about to hit TP. Let's go.
and that's actually the entry
Come
for
on.
my
Yeah,
play,
which has been
which
interesting
my
because
screen share for that screen is messed up right now, but I'll
oh,
try to
there it
fix it.
goes. Hit it. It's almost there. Ah. Whenever we get close to TV, I'm always like, come
I know,
on.
especially when you've got the crowd watching you. But
Yeah. We're getting closer to 1,500 for the next bounty. Close. All right, come on, TP. What are we, like 1 point away?
oh, nice! Pine Tree just got his starter passed, his starter plus passed. Let's
Awesome.
go!
Let's go, Pine Tree Trader. Awesome job. Yeah, he is a friend of the show and a friend of my funded futures. Maybe he can come on the show sometime. We'll see.
I was trying to butter him up for you too. We'll get him.
Thank you, Barbie.
We're on a mission. We're on a mission to book Pine Tree.
Yes, we are. Let's get Pine Tree on the show.
Oh, Peanut Butter Trading passed his expert account that he won on the giveaway. So he has passed a free account. I love that.
I love that. Congratulations. People hit the confetti button. That button is my favorite. I'm hitting it right now. Everyone, hit the confetti button for all our winners. Oh, there we go. It hit TP.
Woo! Terry got hers. Let's go, right. Terry.
Yay! What a great way to start the morning. So $200 minus commission in this eval. Yeah, it's still pushing lower. So we have 130 points-ish to get to unchanged. It's wild. I would have never thought that we would fill this much based on last night's price action. It just went straight up. It was very vertical.
Yeah, that was actually really fun.
Barbie, do you want to share the chart of the day?
Sure. Well, okay, so this one's kind of obvious. Can anybody guess what chart of the day is? Who can guess? It's Nvidia. Let me take this off real quick. Well, before I cover this, because I left this on, I got this set up while Terry was talking. I do have the 15-minute orb on. It does worry me a little bit since we're coming down into support here, but rules are rules, so we put it on. So I'm going to be watching that. I'll update you if that gets anywhere. My entry technically should have been a little bit below that candle, but I was having an issue getting my order in, so I marked it in. All right, to our chart of the day, Nvidia. This was last night's earnings. This was kind of one of the things that the market's been waiting on all week. And this was a news relief of, tariff variety. I don't remember which one it was. Doesn't even matter at this point. And then this candle was the earnings. I know a lot of people were really heavy into calls on Nvidia, and that's, a little bit scary because you can get hit by the Ivy crush. I'm personally an Nvidia holder, so I'm feeling pretty good about this. The market made a little bit of a move off of Nvidia and then a bigger move off of Trump news, which is anti-Nvidia. So it's all kind of complicated, but Nvidia still has a lot going for it. It's despite all of the bad news that it's had with China and the chips not being able to go through with the tariffs, it is still strong. And part of that is because they've got their chips sold out through half of 2026 already. And it's just, you can't stop this machine right now. So of course, I had to talk about Nvidia a little bit. Okay, so the chip export restrictions is really the news that you have to watch on Nvidia right now. But the point that I'm making here is like every time we get any sort of good news, Nvidia just has a nice little rocket move. So chart of the day, Nvidia, again, I had to bring it back. It's got too much going on it today. We can check in on this trade while we're here. Are we at 1,500 already? Y'all are awesome.
So awesome. Smashed it. Thank you for sharing the Nvidia chart because you're right. It is like everyone's favorite company to talk about, and it's heavily weighted in the Nasdaq.
And here is Nasdaq. Someone had pointed out Nasdaq's giving it all back. They kind of are, but I mean, that's what happens a lot. Are y'all paying attention? A lot of the times the big news candles that we get are faded, if not entirely, at least a majority of it is faded. Look who has arrived.
All right. Welcome, Forrest. Good morning.
Ignore the fact that I'm late and that I'm on my Mac camera. Ignore all those things. How's everybody?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Busy morning. Very busy morning.
Busy. So to update you, we just smashed the next bounty. So at any time, it'll drop, right? The special code. Everyone has to pay attention because we don't know when it's going to drop.
I love special codes.
Me too. The market is still at about 0.58% right now. hovering around 21,500-ish. And you're in a long, Barbie?
No, I'm not. I don't know why chat's saying I'm in the long. I'm in the orb short. So
Okay.
It may not work out today. This is what I was telling you. This one made me a little bit more nervous because we're coming into this support level on ES. I did take it on Nasdaq, but my target on Nasdaq is actually down here. Let me squish this up. You can see these little lines are forming, and this is just a little tool that I made to make my life easier for trading this. But my target on the Nasdaq is down here at this second line, which is needing to break through support, which is not doing right now. But this is the fourth time I've taken this trade with the group. It won all 3 of the previous times. The statistics on this give me a 77% chance of it not failing. So I'm going to go with it. So that's what we're doing. You guys, it's not a long. Stop saying it's a long.
Just tap the prior POC there. I was also short, but I'm gonna.
It is a long. Y'all are telling me it is a long. I screwed it up. Chat's calling me out because I screwed it up. So you know what happened? Screwed up, guys.
I think they're trying to help you. You know, it's like
what happens when we screw up? Close it out. If we make a mistake, we cut it as soon as we figure out that we're a dumbass and we place the wrong trade.
Wait, you were long? You were long?
No, I was supposed to be short, but now I could probably potentially still get I can put the correct order in. You know what? I was glitching on getting that order on, and I made a mistake. So here we are. We'll get it in there correctly. Or not. Let's see.
Now you'll actually get in at a better price for the short. Right? Yeah. Yes, mistakes happen. Fat finger trades.
Suffering from success. Okay, so yeah, chat was helping me. I thought that y'all were like,
okay, so we do have the winners from the form from the giveaway that we're doing, right? So let me start with the names. Machado, Diaphora, Marcus, NG, Justin Weirlin, Janie Custodio, EK, Cam C, Fox Trader, CB Shorts, Fiogo 90. Congratulations, you guys. All of you guys won the 50K Starter Plus account. Congratulations. Hit the confetti button for them. Good job, guys. Yeah, I love that giveaway. So we will be doing more of those where we will post a form and then you can go in and sign up, and then we will randomly pick 10 winners from it to win a free account, which is nice because it's not like a race, like whoever is the fastest, which can get frustrating sometimes. Totally get it. Congrats, everyone. Market is pushing higher.
It is now. So I'll tell you, now that I have been so nicely, without any rudeness, corrected. Actually, some of y'all were great. I've gotten out of the mistake order that I was in, so I accidentally made some profit. Sorry about that, y'all. But I did get the correct orders for the orb in. So who knows? Maybe we'll end up breaking out the top of it now. But we'll just wait and see. So
yes, because
that's what I'll do on that trade. Yep.
Yeah, you got it.
That's what I've got going there, and I'm still kind of watching. So this is the frustrating thing. When you do like a lot of analysis and then you're taking a systematic trade, it can be annoying because this is what I was watching. I'm gonna take this one off for just a second. I was watching the Nasdaq set up for this trade, and it's most likely to set up for that trade, but we were also coming down into this ES support. So it was kind of a tricky spot. So I could filter out some rules where if I'm coming into a support, I don't take it. But what I found is that when I'm trying to take a really systematic trade, allowing myself to second guess myself 100 different times is it's not going to work. It screws up the math, it screws up the probabilities, and I don't end up making what I should make.
That leads to erratic trading.
It does. That's when you start hopping in and out and all of that sort of thing. So, you know, even if it does have the losses, like we take the losses because we want to take the wins too.
Mm-hmm. If only we could win every single trade, it would be so amazing. Life
Yeah.
would be so awesome every single day, every hour. Yeah, it is quite
But
the
I will tell
challenge.
you that since I made this mistake and I'm now working on correcting it, the other thing, because now I think it might tag it back in.
Yeah.
There it goes. So now that I'm back in this, the other thing that I wanted to point out, this is a little bit of a nuance, but I wanted to point this out. If while I was waiting for my correct entry, this had gone back and hit what would have been my stop, then I would have invalidated the new entry. So there's a little food for thought there too.
Forrest, what are you
Am I on the
thinking
right chart?
today?
Yeah, there we go.
So we just hit. I literally just took it off on that. So ES touched its naked POC here, 15-minute. So that first little reaction was prior day naked POC. Technically not naked anymore. It got retested, or actually let me re-add it. Is my chart up?
It put some clothes on.
So I was short to this level here. I had it on. If you had put my chart up like when I first joined, you could have seen it, but I literally just closed it on that touch there. So now I'm contemplating if, because we have this large node here, let's come to the 15 on NQ as well. NQ hasn't touched the 15-minute naked POC. It's right there. It might come down, touch this. It could even crack through this level, but for me, that was the obvious trade for today. After this, I need the market to settle a little bit to figure out what is most likely to happen next. But once we saw this rounding over, right, this last night was kind of flagging. And then once we saw really the break of 21,708, which was this morning, you know, this is a pretty solid failure of this flag here. You can, you know, guess, or not guess, but surmise that it's going to come back to this naked level. So just shorted from there, took that nice little trade. I don't want to get chopped up here. I feel like there are too many possibilities with this setup. For example, what I mean by that, right now we just go to NQ. We have very obvious like higher highs and higher lows on this 1 hour, this 2 hour time frame as well. But again, this was a very strong failure of this flag, right? Just kind of bearish overall. So not really interested in trading right now. Then do we have data in a minute as well? Or is there any data today?
There's new home starts or home something. Let me see.
Gotcha. Okay.
Pending home sales.
Pending
I knew it
home
was one of
sales.
the real estate.
So, I mean, I'll tell you what I'm thinking of doing is longing off this naked POC because we have higher highs and higher lows. This would be the best place to long coming back to 21,804. So I might take that in a second. We'll see here. I really want NQ to come and finish this move down to 466.25. We front ran it just a little bit, but ES did touch it basically to the penny. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But we also just closed a green to lower volume doji. 2 hour. So now that it's 10 o'clock, check all the time frames. 2 hour close red, 4 hour close down candle.
Yeah, it's still looking very bullish with that trend line.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I also just came off of a meeting. That's why I was late. So because I haven't been locked into the market, I don't want to do too much right now.
Yeah. Not rushing into trades just to rush into a trade.
Yeah. I'm 1 for 1 on the day though, so not a bad track record so far.
That's excellent.
One little paper cut last night, so 1 for 2 on the, I guess, the day. I'm 1 for 1 on the morning. 1 for 2 on the day since settlement. But yeah, probably just gonna wait for now. Green, pretty green with that trade in the bag. So we'll see what sets up here. But I am considering longing here, just to be clear.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard not to think long in my mind, like with the news biased, but that's how I get into trouble, like with getting biased based on news.
Yeah, let's zoom out a little bit and see what we have on the much higher time frames. I mean, I could see us traversing this node here down to 21,161. It's a pretty obvious downside target. We just come and sweep these lows if it really wants to not go too much higher on the week. It is Thursday, remember, right? And so this candle has done a good amount of work already, 900 points. So closing anywhere in here makes sense to me.
So I like closing with that bull flag on the week.
Yeah. And so I mean, if it's going to close as a bull flag, to your point, I don't think we're going to get too much more of a top wick in.
Yeah.
It would make sense for us to have a bull flag and then it's like a smashed candle. So yeah, today and tomorrow are probably going to close in this range up here. Let me get my box tool. Would be my guess, you know.
I'm so glad we have wide ranges now.
Oh,
we're still getting stuff to play.
Yeah, yesterday it was a small range. I was surprised. All right, should we, what do you think? Do some education?
We can do that.
Yeah, let's do a little education. Let's grow our brains.
I heard that y'all wanted the orb rules for the orb trade that I'm trading here. So should we do that?
Yes.
I do have this trade up. It's still going nowhere. So Forrest was just talking about how kind of slow and choppy the market could potentially be. And so that is kind of playing out here. But what I mentioned this yesterday, sometimes these trades work out really nicely in the first 10 minutes of entry. And sometimes they take a couple hours. So I hope we don't get into that little situation. But I do want to tell you for this trade that I have on right now, exactly the rules that I have, because what I took this, we can do a lot of discretionary trading, but it's really nice to have something that's just a set of rules all the time. So what I have here is what I designed to help watch the opening range breakout. And you don't need this, but it's just something that helps me see things a little bit better. And so this is where I can find my targets. But if you don't have an orb indicator that you like, you can make one real quick. So what you can do is so these are the opening bars. I turned the extended trading hours off. Here, let me turn this trade off for a second, but I'll let you know if it gets interesting. So this is just the regular trading hours of Nasdaq, and this is a 5-minute chart. So you can see the gap from overnight in here. We don't really care about the gap for this, but what we do care about is the high and the low. So we just literally can take a box and put it around the high and the low. And so that's the opening range breakout. There's a couple measurements that I want to take off of it, and it's how big this box is and what the midpoint of the box would be, because that's where I'm going to start taking my calculations. And that's what I've done here is I don't want to make these calculations every single day. So I programmed it into a little tool. And so that little box that I just drew, is that this one? Is right there. And it's just this little area right here just to make things a little bit easier on myself. So this is the opening range. So the trade is once price breaks through the high or the low of the opening range, that's my entry. So that's where over here, as Chet definitely pointed out, that I had put the wrong order in, but in theory, I would put a sell market right there. I'd click the buy market or a buy stop, not market, but I'd put a buy stop there instead of a sell stop. It'd be a sell stop on the just outside of the low, and then a buy stop just outside of the high. And what I'm targeting is 1-to-1. So if I have this box here that we just drew, I could move the box. There it goes. And that's where that first target is. So that's when I'm saying 1-to-1 with the box, it's kind of a lazy way of saying that it's one opening range unit, basically, is what the target is. So that's my target. The stop loss, it's going to be 1-to-1, is going to be just on the other side of this box. So that's what I did over here. I put it just a couple ticks above. And if you've spent any time trading with me, you know, I have my don't be a dick for a tick rules. And that's just because these like actual highs get tested so often. I like to be just a few ticks above for some protection. And then I do have a trailing stop, and we're actually hitting it right now. So this is perfect. Once we hit halfway of the opening range, so that's 50% of the opening range, that's what this first line on my little tool here is. Then we trail the stop to break even or just a smidge past that to cover commissions. So now we have a trade that's not going to go against us. So when I did the math on this, 50% of the time it was hitting this, and this was over the past 120 trades, but not all of them hit. 70 or 55% of the time it was hitting this. 25% of the time it was going back and hitting the just barely break even stop. And then 22% of the time it was hitting this full stop. So that's why I'm taking this every day. It's working out really well. Some of the things that I like to confirm this trade with, this line right here is VWAP. And I like I'm not going to stick on this, but it's a difference between it being like a B setup and an A setup. Is if I have something like a VWAP or an EMA, if you like regular EMAs better, that has some angle in the right direction. And that should happen kind of naturally if you have something anchored to the opening session. So I do use my VWAP anchored to the opening session for this, because otherwise it could be really far away based on what the overnight trading has been. So I use the VWAP anchored to that opening candle and making sure that we have some angle, because when it's really flat, and that happened on this previous session here, when the VWAP is really flat and has a lot of angle to it, we don't get the strong moves and the breakouts that we're looking for. And this was yesterday. I traded this. I took the entry with y'all for this one up here, but you didn't get to see the exit unless you joined me on my little spur of the moment stream I did after. I got bored out of this trade, basically. So in theory, I want to let this play out. And this one actually would have stopped out. But what happens is sometimes I'm not here to move this stop when I want to move it or something like that. And so I'll end up booking it in profit. But you can kind of pair your exits. If you don't want to wait all day, like I didn't yesterday, you can kind of take something else. Like I was looking at this trend line, and I ended up getting stopped out here. And it is live on my channel if you want to go look at it. That I got stopped out there just for that little trend line break, just to get some profits booked. So sometimes if you get impatient, you can take some early profits. But I think those are all the rules for that. I was keeping it as simple as possible so that we could take that trade here. And I wanted a systematic trade that I could take in the morning, because the morning session's hard. So.
Thank you,
and there
Barbie.
it is.
Your trade is looking good.
Be awesome if we go 4 for 4, especially after I fumbled it and made a little bit of extra money.
It's so easy to do, the fumbling. I liked what you said. Like, once you realize you're in a mistake, just close it out, get out. Many times I have made a mistake and then I'm like, ooh, maybe it'll work.
Every single time I've hesitated, I have gotten screwed, and not in a good way.
No. Not in a fun way. No.
So someone's asking what platform I'm using. I'm going to answer that real quick. On this side, this is TradingView. That's my pretty charts. They're really easy to mark up. But I like my more powerful NinjaTrader over here. So I actually trade on NinjaTrader. There's a lot of reasons why. I can do nerdy stuff and program stuff over there, but also I'm connected to like 5 brokers. So I'm trading a bunch of different accounts, and I can do that all really easily.
Do you know what would be so cool to do a show on sometime, like at least a segment of a show, to do like a back test with us, and so we can see like how do you set up a back test? And I'm guessing a lot of people, including myself, like we'd love to see that and know how to do it.
Yeah, it is a whole process,
right?
and it's like it is multi-step, and I am kind of stepping through that with the orb trade. That's why I have this series of videos that I'm coming out. So the one today, I'm going to go over those rules I just told you in extreme detail. And I'm also going to step you through the first couple steps that I take in developing a strategy, because there's no such thing as an easy back tester. you're going to have all these little things you want to optimize and all these little rules that you have to set up, but you have to know what you want to optimize coming into that. And so I wasn't there yet. The first step was just kind of figuring out what these rules were going to be that I was going to start with, the starting rules. And now I can go through and optimize things, because then I can edit the time frame and the range period and the targets and all of that, and go into some automatic optimizations and back tests. But what I talk about in the video today, in addition to the rules, is kind of the process of creating those rules that you need to get in a back test, which you do kind of manually, or I do it manually anyway. Otherwise, there's too many little things to test.
Yeah.
I do mine very lazily. I just hit the replay tool and I just sit down for like 2 hours and I just trade the days for like, weeks at a time, just going forward. And then I just write down, I literally just do it like the really dumb method, basically. That's how I get out of trying to. That's how
I started though.
Trying to make sure all my automations work I'll just trade the markets.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I start. I started literally like this, where I took the regular trading hours off, and that's why I got shit for creating an orb tool. But you guys, this helped me narrow these rules down so fast, because I could put this on a 15-minute chart with all these little targets already measured for me, and just real quickly go through all these days and count how many hit and how many missed on different scenarios and targets. I just literally made a little tally of which ones hit how many times. So this was step one to back testing, is just going back and looking at it. And then I do the playback, where I actually make sure that my idea is tradable, because that's the thing too.
Yeah. It like builds confidence, is what I've heard you guys say. Like with back testing, it builds confidence so that when you are in losing trades, when you're trading your system, it makes it easier to stick with it.
Yeah, for sure.
I can't believe the market. We're back at unchanged, you guys. It completely filled.
That's what happens.
20 points from unchanged. Yeah, that's amazing. That was a big gap too. Because I think statistically, the bigger the gap, the less likely it'll fill, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to fill. Should we take a question from chat while we're waiting for the code to drop and for other cool things to happen?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, chat. Let us know some questions that you're thinking about, you've wondered, that Bull Barbie and Forrest can help answer.
Favorite dessert foods is up there. What's your favorite dessert food?
Oh,
Forrest.
gosh.
I'll pick on Forrest first, and then I'll pick on Terry.
Okay.
I don't really eat, I eat cookies. I'm not really into dessert food.
All right. Well, I'll bring you some cookies when I come visit.
Let me get some Oreos.
All right.
Oreos. When are we going, Barbie? Let's go.
I don't know.
Stream live with Forrest in Miami.
Every day.
Yeah. So MFTV, you're sending us to Miami, right? We're gonna go crash Forrest studio. What's your favorite dessert, Terry?
Oh, I love a good hot apple pie with vanilla ice cream. Cold vanilla ice cream, a scoop of it. Oh, I love that. And a good apple pie. I've had apple pie before where it was like, you know who has surprisingly, I think, a good tasting apple pie that you would just not think would have one? McDonald's, their apple pie.
Really?
Their little apple pie. And then what I'll do is I'll order a vanilla cone in a cup, and then I'll eat them together. So good. As long as it's a fresh apple pie from them. Sometimes it's late in the day and it's gross. I don't recommend that.
I love a key lime pie. I like it fresh. Ooh.
Oh, there we go.
Who's looking?
Woo! The code just dropped for 50 free resets. Use code LOVE by Terry. Thanks, guys. Yes, go quickly as possible and let us know if you got one for a free reset.
I saw a good question while y'all are working on that one. So someone was asking, this was Amir was asking, what's your mindset or approach after taking a long break? And I do like taking breaks. I think everyone should take breaks. I try to take at least a week off a quarter. And too can sometimes be better depending on kind of how overwhelmed and how much of a relief I need. I love coming to the market after a break. Everything feels fresh. All the numbers and levels are fresh. And I think it's really, really great. And I always feel really energized and ready to go. So I don't think it's a bad thing after you take a break. I think it's great to take a break and come back.
Is there a certain amount of time that you like to take breaks for? Is it like a few days or a week? Or
Well, I mean, I do what I can because my schedule revolves around my kids. So a lot of I try to get that week a quarter, but I have to, give myself some slack. So it might be broken up a little bit. I might get a couple long weekends that are close to each other, something like that. But that's what we do.
I like it. I'm so busy that my breaks are built in.
Yeah.
But it's good to take a break from the markets. Like if you're ever on a hot streak, or when I'm on a hot streak, I definitely will take a break. Or I'll weigh risk down. That's kind of like the obvious sign because I just know like the law of numbers is coming to get me. So
Yeah.
if I
Law
win,
of numbers.
once I approach like 5, 6, 7 days of just like straight green, I'm just like statistically I know a red day is coming, and so I'll just de-risk and like whatever it is. I wish it didn't happen like that, but it's just how I am. So
yeah. That sounds really smart because usually it's the opposite. Like I think people tend to, when you're winning, it's so easy to feel like you're invincible and leverage even more and get into big trouble that way. And I know I've experienced that and then I lose like 3, 4, 5 days worth of gains in one day. Yeah.
It just makes sense too. Like the market moves in waves, and so like if you're on a streak for a very long time, most likely eventually the market's going to shift its meta, right? So it's like whatever's working really well right now, even if it keeps working, like if you just keep trading in the exact same mindset, like you're not going to pay attention to like the obvious signs of change. That's where you get smoked. So I mean, I'm just speaking from my own personal experience. So it's like, obviously you could have like, if you were the world's best trader, you just be green every day and make no mistakes, right? But there are all these things that we do as humans that make that not the case. So just being aware of that is, I think, important. But yeah, I mean, the market's always shifting around. And so you just gotta be cognizant of that as you're trading.
Thank you, Forrest. I have a question for you guys. It's a good question. Share with us your most memorable good trade and your most memorable bad trade.
Most memorable good trade. It was an options trade. I can't remember the stock. It's on my YouTube channel from a few years ago. It was a bio startup or something, but it was one of my first like 6-figure trades. But I was in this thing for months. It's a swing trade, but I turned like, I don't know, 30 grand into like 150 or something. But
holy smokes. Was that with options or the stock?
It was swing calls. But I did a bunch of research and just like held that thing. Then my biggest loss, I lost $500,000 in the desert. It's the same one there.
Oh, painful. What was that trade you were in? That it was like a $500,000 unrealized loss.
Some SPAC or something. I don't remember. You think you remember the ticker, but I honestly don't.
Your brain blocked it out so you could like move on.
Yeah, but I mean, those are just two. Like I've had at this point like tons of 6-figure wins and even multiple 6-figure losses, right? So like it's not a, when you're trading that size, like it just comes with the territory. But yeah, I don't remember most of the trades. I could go look at my journal for sure. But yeah.
Thank you, Forrest. What about you, Barbie?
Well, I did want to point out we put the trade back on on the screen because it's getting closer. And if people do ask me why I don't trail down here, it's because I haven't tested it. But you could potentially trail this. I did trail out yesterday. But yeah, let's talk about, should we do the good or the ugly first? We'll start with the ugly. So when you're first starting to trade, you don't have a lot of confidence in your trade. So you're following other traders. And I think that following other traders and taking signals is harder, and it might just be because of some trauma I have here. But I was in a trade once, and I was following another trader, and the risk management was supposed to be we could lose up to like $2,500 a trade. Well, I woke up and it was down $20,000. And so I was trying to figure out what was up, and he excuse after excuse. Well, I hadn't planned for that. Well, I knew I should have taken it off. I knew, but I didn't trust myself. I was trusting this expert trader who's been trading for 25 years or whatever. And he lost me that money because I listened to him. And that was like the biggest wake up call ever, that I don't need to be listening to other people. I need to be listening to my dang self. So
Yeah.
that's when I started like really trying to develop my own strategies and come up with everything for myself. I don't know if I've taken a signal from anybody else since, but that's the ugly. We can talk about the good too. So my favorite trade, because it was so much bigger than any other trade that I had taken. My account was pretty small. It was probably $5,000 or $6,000. This is when I was building my very first options account. My goal was to get it to $30,000 so I could properly day trade in it. And I was doing that $100 at a time, $200 at a time, like trade after trade after trade. And I decided, you know what, I've been working really hard on this. I'm gonna risk $1,000. It's a big percent of the account. It's a little irresponsible, but I'm gonna risk $1,000 on Google earnings. I could lose all of it, but if I don't, this one looks really, really good. That ended up being the Google earnings where they announced the split and a whole bunch of other things.
Oh my God.
I got like 12x on that trade overnight. So
Wow.
it was wake up. I was freaking out the whole time. I was waiting for market open. I had my chain ready to put my limit order in. I was shaking. And that was my first 5-figure trade. So
Awesome. Thank you for
don't forget
sharing
it.
that.
Love me some Google for that one.
Yeah, I got chills when you when you said like that it was the earnings when they announced the split. That's
Yeah. So then
awesome.
all of a sudden I was so close to that goal, and I just had to work like another month to get my account up where I needed to be.
Oh, that's sweet.
I did withdraw some. I had to.
So how do you guys deal with letting people know if you trade or not? Like, what do you say if someone says, "Oh, what do you do for work?"
I tell them that I'm a finance bro.
Yeah, I tell people I trade, but like I mean, I've gotten really good at just not over divulging, right? Because when people ask, like we know what we mean when we say we're traders, but people don't know what they mean when they ask, right?
Mhm.
I
So
didn't even know when I started doing
that-
this what I was getting into.
yeah, like people, I'll say like, "Hey, I'm a trader," and like, "Oh yeah, like you rich?" Or I'm like, "I do okay," and then that's it, you know. And like, it's just a waste of time otherwise. And
Yeah. And then sometimes like if I get into the weeds about it, then people are just like a glaze look on their face. So it's
And if
not
I say
even,
trader, then people ask me what stocks they should buy. And I'm like, no. I mean,
Yeah.
I do investing, but that's not what I'm doing day to day. That's not my daily income.
yeah.
also,
I did.
and this is the real kicker. It's like unless they're also a trader, it's like I'm not interested in having this conversation with you.
Yeah.
So, it's like
You're
I
not going to
actually-
be talking up here to me where I'm interested.
yeah, I don't want to take the next hour of my life and just help you with your personal finances. Like that wasn't on my plan for today. So
Yeah. I've had people tell me like, "Oh, teach me how to trade." And then I'll say, "Oh, okay, like go watch this video first and then let's talk." And then like I've had people not watch the video and then I'm like, "Okay, so cuz it's a lot to learn how to trade, right? Like to take someone
Yeah.
under your wing and show them everything." And so I've experienced that before where I'm like, "Okay, like go watch this first." Like I want to see your motivation. Like how motivated are you? Because to
they never
become
do. Yeah, they just want the handout, but I don't.
right. So we have a few minutes left. I'm thinking maybe we share life lessons with Barbie and Forrest. What is your last kind of final thoughts that you'd like to share with over 1,175 people who are listening. Thanks, you guys, for listening. Yeah, what are some words of encouragement that you can share with people today? I feel like we all need encouragement every single day.
Well, I did want to point out, someone was asking me about trailing. I don't have a second trailing rule set up on this trade yet. I am looking into that. It's more stuff that I'm looking into. But I did trail this down a little bit because I have this copied to a bunch of accounts right now, and I want to make sure that I get profit on those, but I'm still leaving it pretty conservative. So it's going to be if this little trend thing, this is a very 5-minute trend line here breaking. So if that breaks, they'll take me out. Otherwise, I'm just going to hang on to this. So it's going to be good either way. But on that note, all right. Life lessons with Barbie. I'm not going to be as good at this as Luke, I don't think. But I think that, yeah, when we're embarking on trading every single day, I just think this is one of the things I've been working on the biggest, not being so hard on myself. I came into this with perfectionist tendencies and I want everything to be perfect all the time. And it's hard to take those losses, and it's hard to admit when things don't go right, that, sometimes things just don't go right. Like, it's not necessarily your fault. So we have to give ourselves a lot of grace on our trading journey and in any journey that we have going on in our lives.
Thank you, Barbie. Yes, perfectionism. What's the expression? Perfectionism is the enemy of progress.
Perfect is the enemy of good is what they say. But I think what I would say to people is, that thing that you don't want to do, that's the thing that you need to do, right? Whether it's waking up, going to bed, journaling, not journaling, whatever it is, that's probably your brain and your body has a really good intuition about what you need to do to be successful. And you have a natural resistance to it because you probably identify with whatever, BS reasons you have for your failures. And until you stop identifying with that, you're not going to change. So everybody, is capable of not just being a successful trader, but being successful at whatever you want in life. But it's going to take a little bit of elbow grease. But I certainly believe in y'all. That's all I got.
Thank you, Forrest. Yes, I believe in you guys too. I truly believe that if we really, really want something, we can just take the steps and work towards it. And yeah, anything's possible. And don't give up. It's so easy to give up when you face adversity. And if you really, really want it, just keep pushing through. And it truly is just a day at a time. Sometimes it's an hour at a time, and that's what we do. That's how we get through the hard stuff. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for listening and watching and chat. Thank you for participating. You guys were awesome today. Thank you, Bull Barbie. Thank you, Forrest. W for the win.
Let's go. We got all the wins on the chat today. I love it.
Yes.
So we'll tell me my trade's losing, hitting stop and profit. That's a win, y'all. Sorry.
It's a win. It's a win. This is 4 wins in a row on your ORP strategy.
Let's go.
Barbie, let's go. So we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Bye, Bull Barbie. Bye, Forrest. I'm going to introduce Ash next. Ash, come on the show.
Good morning. How are we doing today?
Good. How are you?
Well, it's not Friday yet, so
almost
there.
Almost. Or for traders, we hate the weekend, right? It's kind of boring and sad. So we still have today to trade and also Friday. Any good trades yet?
No trades yet so far this morning. We had one yesterday, ended up being green. So very happy to be green in my second week of the live account as well. Hopefully the week ends that way as well. We'll see.
Congratulations. That's awesome. I wish for you to have a great show, and we will see you tomorrow.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye, Ash. Bye, guys. Oh, I'm not Ash.
Hey, what's up, everyone? How's everybody doing today? Welcome back to another segment with Ash Trades. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Let's see how chat's doing so far. Throw one chat if you're green on the week. throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the week, and throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade so far this week. Starting with some ones. Nice. Oh, some more ones. Handful of people are green. Very nice. All right, couple 2s as well. Couple 3s as well. Well, let's take a look at what we have for today. See if anything comes up during my session. Let's take a look at MES and ES. MES and MNQ. For anybody that doesn't know, MES is the micro for ES, and MNQ is the micro for NQ. So, quick little tip on position sizing. If the market is providing too large of a stop in which the risk is too large for you to take it, simply go down to the micros for a smaller risk. Very simple. In my opinion, the market creates the entry, the market creates the stop. So my model is mechanical in that nature, where I enter at the beginning of the breaker, I put a stop at the low. What I'm referring to as too much risk is, this is a hypothetical. This is not a real breaker because it has not been confirmed yet, but let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. I'm saying it's mechanical because the entry occurs at the beginning of the breaker, the stop goes at the low. So if this amount of room from the beginning of the breaker to the low is too many points, right? This is 170 points. That's a lot of points on NQ. If that is too much risk, then go down to MNQ. Because in my opinion, the market determines the entry, the market determines the stop. So these are mechanical locations that should not be changed. What should be changed is your position sizing. The model should be executed the same. You should change your position sizing. Okay? So for anybody that's saying, you know, that's a humongous stop loss, this is not a position. I was just giving a hypothetical. That was not a real position. Just a quick conversation about position sizing. That is all. So let's take a look. Let's hop out here on the daily. For anybody that's been working with me, they would know that I go to the daily chart to get my bias. Right now, the daily is currently getting rejected from a swing high here. Okay. So we have to be aware of lower prices. It does have a FVG here to rebalance. Okay, so price is only ever doing two things. It's either grabbing liquidity, which is above a swing high or below a swing low, or it's rebalancing an imbalance, right? An FVG, some form of displacement. So let's show you two of those examples, right? So here's the first example, rebalancing an imbalance, right? We tapped into a bullish FVG. Therefore, the next thing it would need to do is grab liquidity above a swing high. It goes and grabs that liquidity. Now that we're grabbing liquidity, once again, price is only ever doing two things. It's either grabbing liquidity above a swing high, which it just did here, or it's rebalancing an imbalance. So it has an imbalance, right, an FVG, to rebalance here. So thinking that price needs to move from the swing high down to this FVG makes sense in terms of a bias. Okay? When I'm creating a bias, that's all I'm doing is looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs, looking at what price does at those locations. Swing highs and bearish FVGs give me a bearish bias. Swing lows and bullish FVGs give me a bullish bias. Okay, so if we were to see a move lower into that bearish FVG, that makes sense. Okay, but now how do we take advantage of that information is the important part. right? Having an analysis is completely separate from being a good operator, right? Executioner, somebody that can execute an idea versus creating an idea. Okay. So being a good executioner, being a good operator means you need a way to get in and out of the market, right? When you create an idea, that's great, but then you need to execute that idea. And that's where the unicorn model comes in hand for me. So a unicorn is a breaker block plus an FEG. Since the daily chart showed bearish information, I would be looking for a bearish unicorn. So a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. The breaker is always going to be found within the initial swing high to the initial swing low. So in this leg of price here. And then lastly, I want to see an FEG aligned with that breaker. All right, so that's the bearish breaker there, and you'd want to see an FEG aligned with it. And then the last portion to it is that I'm looking to execute that idea at the opening times. Have a specific time window in which you look to execute. Okay. For me, that's New York Open. I'm on the East Coast of the US, so New York Open fits the best for my daily life. And let's take a look at New York Open, right? So here's 9:30, and you can see that same exact formation, right? So swing high, swing low, new high, new low. We need the lowest down close candle in between the initial swing high to initial swing low. This would be the bearish breaker, these two candles here. And you can see that there's an FEG aligned with it. Right, so this would be a bearish unicorn. So now taking that idea of being bearish and understanding how to execute it. Entering a short at the beginning of the breaker block with a stop at the high. Looking for 2R. Right, so it gets confirmed right here at 9:35. So after confirmation occurs, there's multiple entries at 9:40, 9:50, 9:55. After the short entries, you go nicely to 1.9R. This might even be 2. 1.93. Okay, in my opinion, objective is completed there. All right, so beautiful information this morning. Just wanted to review some of today's price action and today's price movement. I know everybody's dying for another giveaway. So while we also do this, let's see if we can get another giveaway going. Let's see what we can do here. What is chat at? Let's see where we're at here. 363 likes and 979 people watching. That's just not enough likes. Okay, how about this? We'll do a reset. We'll do 50 free resets. If you guys could get that like count up to, what do you say? 550 likes? 750 likes? How about that? So if you haven't already, there's 984 people in here. If everybody smashed the like button one time, you'd be able to achieve another deal on 50 free resets. So do everybody a favor, like the video, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. That way you can see when we go live again. 550 likes. We'll do 50 free resets if we get there. How does that sound? Throw a W in chat if we agree on the deal. Throw a W in chat if you agree on the deal. All right, there's some W's then. That's what it is. So smash the like button. While you guys are doing that, we'll continue to keep watching price. I don't need to go over the analysis for NQ. NQ and ES are two correlated assets, so they should be moving the same at the same time. Okay. NQ sitting at the same. Did we do NQ for the daily? Whether we did NQ or ES, it's the same information, right? You can see that we swept the swing high here. There's an FVG here to reach for, right? So same thing here on NQ. We might have analyzed NQ to start, but same thing, swept the swing high, has an FVG in here to reach for. Okay, so next thing that I have to say is that, you know, if you didn't capture the lower prices, that's completely okay. Once you realize that every single day is not a trading day, once you start to focus on the process and allow the results to be a byproduct of that, you'll realize that there's always going to be another opportunity, right? Whether you captured this one or not, tomorrow is going to have another opportunity. The day after that's going to have another opportunity. The day after that's going to have another opportunity. So there is never a reason to feel like you're missing out. There's never a reason to force yourself upon the market. Instead, fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of that. Okay, create a model. Adhere to that model. Collect enough data to understand that that model works over a longer period of time. Then once you have a defined model, then you can define your risk, because then you have a mechanical location where you enter and exit price. Then that's when you can understand that risk management is the #1 priority. So, you know, a lot of people ask me, why do you only take 1 trade a week? Why do you only take 2 trades a week? 2 trades a week is my maximum. Okay. A lot of people ask me, why do you only take 2 trades a week? Why is everybody blowing up their accounts? That's usually what I ask them back. Why are you in such a rush to blow up your eval? Why are you in such a rush to blow up your funded account? So maybe change the mindset a little bit of, you know, euphorically thinking that you deserve a certain dollar amount, therefore you force yourself upon the market, to changing that mindset to keeping as much money as you can, right? Once you get green, it's better to stay green instead of thinking, oh, maybe I should over leverage myself now. There's more cushion to work with. Let me see if I could go for a bigger position. How far has that gotten you to this point? Okay, so think in terms of risk, not reward. All right. You have to understand that sometimes having no losses is better than taking a loss. Right? So anytime that you don't understand information, anytime you can't clearly create a bias, anytime you can't clearly see your entry function, choose to sit on the sidelines and realize that taking no loss is better than taking a loss. Okay? Think in terms of risk instead of reward. So, as we're waiting on the next giveaway, once again, smash the like button. If we get enough likes, we're going to do another 50 resets. Okay? The code for the 50 resets has not been given out yet. We will do that shortly. Patience is truly a virtue. Just be a little bit patient. You'll see another free resets coming up. And as we're waiting, if you want to throw any questions or comments in chat, feel free to do so. We can go over any type of information regarding this business, or regarding my model, or regarding any mental or emotional intelligence. If I find a trade, you guys will see me take it. I'm currently in my live account right now. I'm on my second week of my live account. Out of the first 2 weeks, I've only taken 3 trades. I had 2 trades last week. So far this week, I've had 1 trade. Every single trade has been a winner so far, so I'm happily green in the account. We are slowly building up the account. Once there's enough cushion in the account, then we'll think about compounding. But as of right now, we're taking it nice and slow. Delayed gratification is completely okay with me. I'll let the time do the heavy lifting, and then I'll make the progress with compounding. You guys got to understand how strong of a tool compounding is. It's once you have a profitable model, compounding does the heavy lifting. Trying to reach for more is not a good idea. You should be doing the same thing every single time, but when it's time to compound, that's when you do the same exact thing with larger size. Okay, so we're currently building the account. It's starting off very nicely. When it's time to compound, you guys will know because I'm doing this live account right in front of all of you right here on stream. So starting off well. Once again, if you have any questions or comments, throw it in chat. Yes, the code will be on the screen just like every other time. When the code goes on the screen, I'll give you a heads up. That way you can even prepare for it. How do you choose high probability days? There's certain things that you look within price action to understand higher probability versus lower probability. Here's one example. So if I'm a New York AM trader, okay, if I see that London has taken out Asia sessions high and low during London session, then that is insight to being New York consolidation profile. Now, as a trader, are you good at trading consolidation? Yes or no? Right? So if you're not good at trading consolidation, then that's what I would call low probability session for you. If you do understand how to trade consolidation, then that might be a high probability session because you can analyze the fact that you're anticipating a consolidation session and you're good at trading consolidation. Same thing goes for large expansion moves, right? If you see a 500-point move on NQ minutes before you start trading, you've missed the move. And after large expansions, expect there to be a consolidation next. So that's key in understanding consolidation as well. If there's a large expansion, right? Let's take a look. Large expansion. Expect there to be consolidation after the expansion. The market's not just going to infinitely expand. So after large expansions, expect consolidation. What do you do if you see 2 unicorn models in opposing directions? Well, I create a bias before I start trading, and then I only look to execute that bias. So I'm not looking at both sides of the market. Before New York opens, I create a bias. I determine whether I'm bullish or bearish for the day. After creating a bias, then I know I'm only looking for longs. I'm only looking for shorts. So I'm not looking at both sides of the market. So if I see 2 unicorns at the same time, that's not a part of my concern. I'm only focusing on one of them. Can you run through how you get your daily bias? I go to the daily chart before New York open. I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. I'm looking at the most recent information. If price is above a swing high or inside of a bearish FVG, that gives me a bearish bias. All right, so take a look at this morning's candle. We swept the swing high. Therefore, being bearish makes sense because I just said on the daily chart, I'm looking at the most recent information and I'm analyzing swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. So price swept a swing high. So thinking that we are bearish to move back to this FVG makes sense. If price was inside of a bullish FVG or a swing low, that would give me a bullish bias. So now look at this example. Notice how price is inside of a bullish FVG. That would give me a bullish bias looking for price to move higher. So I get to the daily chart. I look to see if we're inside of a bullish or bearish FVG, or if we're above a swing high or below a swing low. Above a swing high or inside of a bearish FVG, I have a bearish bias. Below a swing low or inside of a bullish FVG, I have a bullish bias. Then I go down looking for a draw on liquidity. Draw on liquidity to me is equal highs or equal lows. I would like that draw on liquidity to align with my bias. If those two things align, now I'm looking at higher probabilities. That's when I go into the day looking for an entry function aligned with that information. So the daily is where I get my bias. The hourly is where I get my market structure or higher time frame points of interest. The 5-minute chart is where I get my entry functions. Okay. Very good question. Very good question. All right, so I'm going to take a look. It does look like we hit the likes. So I'm going to give you guys well in advance. Everybody just keeps asking about the free resets. So here you go. All right. You made the deal. We hit 840 likes. So very good job. We will do 50 free resets. We will do them at 11 a.m. Okay. So the code will go on the screen at 11 a.m. So for everybody that keeps asking, there you go. You have 7 minutes to prepare. The code will go on the screen at 11 a.m. Ash, do you DCA? No, I don't DCA. I enter at the beginning of the breaker. My stop goes at the low. Those are mechanical locations for me to enter and exit. For that reason, I don't DCA. So still got another 6 minutes before the code, so feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. We can go over them. Ash, what if we bounce here and continue running and it never goes back? For example, this breaker structure to the upside. I'm not exactly sure. Go back to what? You got to be a little more accurate with that question. If we bounce here and start running, I'm not sure what that question means. Go back to where? Run to where? Ash, do you execute inside the FVG? No. Once again, I enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop on the other side of it. I don't need to enter at the FVG. Does the unicorn model work on other assets? Yeah, you could use this on any market, commodities, currencies, crypto. So far I've got nothing here this morning. I'm not looking to force myself upon the market. This is a good example here of a unicorn. See if it's on NQ as well. Yeah, so this is a good example here of a unicorn. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. This would be a bullish unicorn right here. It's a good example of a bullish unicorn right here. Stop at the low, enter at the beginning of the breaker, aim for 2R. So we'll see if this ever goes to 2R. ES could potentially still have an entry here. Hasn't moved too far just yet. So we can watch both of these, NQ and ES. Once again, get ready. You got another 2.5 minutes before the code goes on the screen. There's been times where we've done it randomly. There's been times where we pick winners. There's been times where we scheduled the codes. We're going to keep switching it up, keep everybody on their toes. Sometimes it'll be random. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes we'll schedule it. Sometimes we'll pick winners. We're just going to keep changing it up. Keep it nice and fresh. Do you decide on the beginning of the week which day you will trade using the economic calendar? No, I don't look to try to tell the future. I allow price to do what it wants. I objectively analyze it. If a trade comes across, I'll take it. If it doesn't, I won't trade. I'm not looking to predict far out into the future. Price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. So for that reason, I'm just looking to be objective, follow my process. If my process occurs, I'll take the trade. If it doesn't occur, that's completely fine. I don't set specific days to trade. I'm here Monday to Friday during my hunting hours. After my hunting hours, I'm done for the day. So 1 more minute before the code goes on the screen. Get ready. Everybody, these go quick, so you're going to have to be ready for it. Gave you guys almost about 10 minutes to prepare for this, so. So you even watch the markets, even when you've completed 2 trades? Yeah, so put it this way. Do you think, professional athletes only play when they're in a game, or do they practice every single day anyways? Right, I still show up and I watch the market. Taking a risk is a different story. I don't need to take a risk to be here watching the market. I could sit here and gain experience every single day, whether I risk or not. All right, code is on the screen. 50 free resets for 50 Unicorn Man. The code is 50 Unicorn Man. 50 free resets. They're going to go quick, so hop in there, see if you can get one. Throw a W in chat if you did get one. W. Got it. Got it. Got it. Oh, nice. A bunch of people got it. Very good. W. Nice. Congratulations. They go really quick, so if you missed out, you're going to have to wait until the next one. Congratulations to all the individuals that did get it. So I'll see if there's ever a retest of the breaker again. If they want to retest this unicorn here, I'll consider a trade. If it doesn't and it just goes to 2R, then I'm more than okay with missing out. Clearly, it provided multiple entries already, here and here. Same thing on ES. So it already provided multiple entries. I'm not one to chase something. I have a mechanical approach to the market. If it left without me, that's completely okay. I'll continue to keep waiting. Until then, we'll see what happens. Let's see if it gets another test to the unicorn. If it does get another test, we'll look at a trade. If it doesn't, it's completely okay. So we'll see if we can get another test to the unicorn. If it does, great. If it doesn't, I'll remain flat for the day. As we're waiting and watching, if you have any question or comments, feel free to throw it in chat. What is the expected win rate of the unicorn? A win rate is contingent upon the individual that's operating it. So if somebody tells you a specific win rate, I would highly suggest you don't listen to them, because the person that's operating the model is what creates the win rate. I could give you the same exact model and show you all of the steps that I take to enter a trade, and you could still operate it differently than the way that I operate it. Understand what I'm saying? The operator is what makes the difference. So if we do get an entry here, I'll take the long. We'll see if it retests the breaker block here. If we don't, completely okay. We'll see if the long gets triggered here. The risk is already set, so it's 15 points, 15.25. Okay, so risk is fully accepted. If you cannot accept the risk, do not take the trade. You also have to understand that this is not a signal service, so you are responsible for all of your own trades, and you are to take ownership in that. So the long was entered there, and we'll see what happens. Stop loss goes at the low. Take profit goes at 2R. And now it's a matter of sitting back and being patient. Allow the probabilities to play out. Let's see what happens. Hey, Ash, were you day trading back when you were working in your career? I see that you wrote engineering there. I was not an engineer. I'm not sure where that came from. But yes, I did have a career. My career allowed me to trade. So yes, I was working and trading at the same time. And I highly advise that for anybody else. For anybody that has been here working with me, they know that I'm a firm believer in multiple sources of income. Your main source of income should cover all of your bills, some of your savings. It should keep food in the fridge and the lights on. So your main source of income is prioritizing your family, your well-being, your household. That's where you put the main source of income to. Then you go out and get a second job, a side hustle, something, if you get weekends off, then take the weekend to create a second job. Work more for the things that you want in life. Put more time in. Work more. Now, the second job is what funds your trading business. Now, the purpose of having multiple sources of income is so that you know the money you're putting towards trading is meant for trading. Therefore, when you lose it, you don't feel that emotional impact that you would if now you're going to miss your bills, right? You're going to be pretty annoyed with yourself if you don't, pay your rent or pay the car bill or put food on the table. This is why I'm saying work more. Get a secondary source of income to fund your trading business. Main source of income keeps you healthy and safe. Second source of income funds your trading business. The money being used for its intended purpose will keep away all of those emotional responses that make you execute bad. That's why I'm saying work more. Just simply work more. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to throw it in chat. Once again, this is not a signal service, so anybody that's watching this, you are to assume your own risk, okay? If you're not willing to accept the risk, then don't take the trade at all. But for me, a long was entered, about $150 worth of risk here. At this point in time, I'm willing to risk $150 to see if we make near $300. Now, since the risk has been taken, since the risk has been accepted, now it's just a matter of allowing the probabilities to play out. You cannot control price. You have to be patient, deal with delayed gratification, and allow price to do whatever it wants to do. Accept the risk before the risk is taken. If you cannot accept the risk before the risk is taken, don't take the risk. What do I think of the new hosts? They had phenomenal segments yesterday. I'm very excited to see them again. The new hosts on the show did amazing. A lot of value being provided throughout their segments. I will definitely be tuning into their segments. So we'll wait and see. Once again, it's just a time to be patient. Allow price to do what it wants to do. Ash, can I ask why you're doing these streams? Very grateful, but some of chat can be a bit much. I'm here to document my business. I will be here working and learning every single chance I get. So I'm looking to get better at day trading. I'll continue to keep working and learning every single week. For anybody that wants to work and learn with me, feel free to. The rest, if there's any, toxicity or negativity, I just don't focus on that. People will do or say whatever they want to say. That's not something I can control anyways. So I'm here focused on my business is why I'm here. Why I'm here is to continuously get better each day and each week by showing up and completing the justifications to my actions. I have a model. I execute that model. Now other people can see me execute that model. It also provides more repetition for myself as well. So in terms of documenting, right? How are you documenting? Are you only journaling? Are you only writing things down? Or are you recording your screen and talking about the logic that you're applying to your decision making, right? So every time I do a stream, I get to see the real-time decision making that makes me take trades. To be able to review that at another point in time is very valuable on my end. So it's a very good learning experience. That's why I'm here. I'm also trying to provide as much value to anybody that's looking for education. So hopefully some of the things that I'm doing or saying here provides value for you in your day-to-day life. If it does, great. If it doesn't, I'm here to get more repetition and continue to keep getting better as a day trader. Very good question. Ash, not sure if you're comfortable with sharing this, but how does one go forward with taxes and figuring out how much to withhold? So if there's any time I don't have the information, I'm going to have to defer to somebody else. I'm not a tax professional, so I can't answer that question. It's not that I don't feel comfortable answering it. I physically don't know the answer, so I'm not going to provide a low quality answer with information I don't have. So all I can say is I have an accountant. You should get an accountant. The accountant would be the one to ask that question. So definitely use a tax professional for that one. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to throw it in chat. Got another 17 minutes for my segment. The other hosts are phenomenal, so definitely stick around to see the other segments throughout the day. Ash, what would you say to an 18-year-old who trades, who's in college, and doesn't want to finish it? You need to work on your other aspects of life just as much as you work on your finances and your business. So you shouldn't fall behind in other areas of your life because of the things that you want, right? So that goes for anything. Like, you shouldn't fall behind on your health because you're sitting here staring at the charts every waking moment of the day. You shouldn't fall behind on your education because you're so focused on the charts every single day. It's the same thing as multiple sources of income. What happens when one of them doesn't work? Then you have nothing to fall back on. You need to work on all aspects of your life. Okay? Don't get so focused on one thing that you miss out on other areas of your life. There should be balance, is what I would say to that. Very good question, though. Thank you for sharing with us. Ash, what did you trade before the unicorn? I went through a very long period of testing and trying different things. I went through the natural progression of every trader as well. Signal groups, YouTube, testing ideas. I've done it all. I've tried, indicators. I've tried signal services. I've tried the whole nine. So in my opinion, trial by fire is the best way to learn. Gaining conviction through experience is what helps you learn throughout the process. You have to continue to keep failing forward to get all that information, right? So trying and failing, seeing that those things don't work, pushed me to where I am now. I've tried the indicators. I've tried the signal services. Those didn't work. So I put in the time to collect my own data, and this is what I've came up with. It's the natural progression of any trader. So notice how we're not panicking. We're not, changing the game plan. We're still just in the same position that we started in. Some things to be said about that. Accepting the risk before the risk is taken is much easier done if you're at the correct position size, right? So if you are over leveraging yourself, if you're seeing this number here go up and down, and that's making you change your mind, then you're most likely too large of a position size, okay? You can do all of the due diligence up until the point that you click the button. Once you click the button, you have to allow the probabilities to play out. The only time that you're going to change your mind about the button you clicked is because this number here is too large and it's inducing some kind of emotion that would make you do something else than you're already doing. So notice what I'm saying here. You have to do all of your due diligence before taking any risk. And realize once that risk is taken, you have to allow the probabilities to play out, right? Because if I'm sitting here saying invalidation is this low here, I should not get out of this trade at any point in time before this low gets taken out. The idea was we're risking this low, right? So if I were to move my stop loss up to where price is currently at because this number is changing, then the invalidation to the idea has never even been hit. That means you don't know whether your idea is right or wrong yet. So just a quick little comment on position sizing and accepting the risk before the risk is taken. If you're at the correct position size, you won't feel any emotion from this number. And you'll trade the chart instead of trading your emotions. That's key right there. Trade the chart, not your emotions. Trade the chart, not your P&L. Okay? The way that you do that is by properly position sizing. So feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. I got 10 minutes left on my segment. Once again, stick around for the new hosts. We have new segments here. They provide a lot of value. So they did a phenomenal job yesterday. They'll be back again today. So stick around for the new hosts as well. Ash, how do I change from swing to scalping? You should be doing the same exact thing, just on a smaller time frame, right? The model shouldn't change. You should just be doing exactly what you're doing with swinging, just on a smaller time frame. And if you do it on a smaller time frame, that means executions are going to happen quicker. So it's the same exact thing, Just executions will happen quicker because it's a smaller time frame, right? So for example, I use the unicorn model to get in and out of trades. You can find a unicorn on the daily chart, the hourly chart, the 1 minute chart. A 1 minute unicorn is going to happen much quicker than a daily unicorn. It's the same execution. It's the same idea. It's the same model, just a smaller time frame. That's all. I know you like to conclude trading at 12 p.m. However, do you continue to hold and monitor if you're already in a position? Yes, if I'm already in a position, I can continue to hold it. I do not enter any positions from 12 o'clock on. I'm done with the day at 12 o'clock. I head over to the gym. If I'm currently already in a position, then yes, I'll continue to hold it and continue to execute it just like any normal model. I'm simply just not entering 12 o'clock or after. Question, Ash, how to perfect my scalping? I don't think perfection's a real thing. So you got to understand that losses are inevitable in this business. There's no such thing as being perfect, in my opinion. Do I day trade options or swing trade options? I don't deal with options for day trading or swing trading. I don't touch options. Ash, do you journal? Yes, I journal in my Discord, on Twitter. I also live stream, so I have recordings of every single one of my sessions. So here's my tag. If you want to find me on socials, it's @_Ash_trades_ for both Discord, Twitter, and YouTube. So in terms of documenting, I live stream, so I'm video recording each one of my trades, along with documenting via text in Twitter and Discord. Documenting is very important. Why don't I trade options? Too much leverage, in my opinion, along with the Greeks. You can lose a position without price ever moving in its intended direction, just because you don't understand time, theta, vega, gamma. If you don't understand the Greeks, then you're already at a disadvantage on top of not knowing how to deal with price action. So there's more that goes into options than simply trying to understand where price is going. For that reason, I say this all the time, less is more, quality over quantity. I don't want to fall into that information overload. I just want to understand where price is going, get in a trade, get out of the trade. That's it. I don't want to deal with the Greeks. Hi, Ash. I thought you were avoiding the 1 minute. Yeah, compared to the 5 minute chart, 95% of my trades are on the 5 minute chart. So yes, I still have a lot less trades on the 1 minute chart compared to the 5 minute chart. Well, what's your victory song to play on the piano after your winners? That's not my house. Look, notice how my arm goes away? It's just a backdrop for the stream. That is not a real piano. And even if it was, I don't even know how to play piano, so I wouldn't be able to. So last couple minutes here for me. My segment comes to a close at 11:30. Once again, we have some phenomenal hosts here. Tom did a phenomenal job yesterday. Matt did a phenomenal job yesterday. Tons of value during their segment. I highly suggest you stick around for their segment as well. Tons of value being provided during their segments. So, stick around. They'll be coming up shortly right after me. My segment comes to a close here in another 2 minutes.
Ash.
Luke, what's up?
How was it today?
Good. Real slow. We got into a long here. Nothing much happening since getting into it. Slightly in profits. Other than that, great conversation with chat.
All right. Chat was well behaved?
Yeah, chat did good today.
And you took your live trade on the stream?
Yes, sir.
Whew. And you take what, 1 or 2 trades a week?
Yeah, so I'm averaging one trade a day maximum, 2 trades a week maximum.
All right.
We'll see how this ends up. I'll definitely keep up with the documentation. You guys can see it on Twitter afterwards. This is the end of my stream, so it doesn't look like we'll get to the result by the time my segment finishes.
All right. But everybody who isn't you should stay tuned. Maybe you should stay tuned too. So we have 2 more hours, everybody. 2 more hours. We are bringing you today, day 2, MFTV running 4.5 hours. We bring you the ideas, we bring you the charts, we bring you the trades, the giveaways, the chat, the community. You talk to us on Reddit, we listen to you. You talk to us in the chat, we listen to you. So yeah, we're proud to be delivering this expanded content for everyone.
I'm excited too. Some phenomenal hosts. I'll definitely be in chat watching as well. A lot of value they provided yesterday, so I'm certain today's will be going great as well.
All right. And again, if you are not a subscriber on this channel yet, subscribe now, because we're going to be doing a little wedding giveaway. I'm getting married on Saturday.
Congratulations.
Everyone who's subscribed has notifications on. You won't know the time. You won't know what it is. But that's enough of a reason right there for you to have your subscription on, your alerts on, and keep it rocking and rolling. So, Ash, thank you, my good friend.
Absolutely. Congratulations again on the wedding. I hope it goes well.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All righty. Have a good day.
All right. And I'd like to say hello to our new friend, Tom.
Hey there.
Tom
Hello,
Sambo.
Luke. Hello. And welcome, chat. Welcome, everybody. Good to be back. Second day here. Oh, my gosh. All right.
All right, Tom.
Yeah.
We're going to do 2 rounds of giveaways today.
All right. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
First one, starting it off strong.
Okay.
I'm putting a link with the code YouTube in the chat here. Anybody who purchases gets 30% off of Starter Plus. If they've never been with MyFundedFutures before, they get 50% off of Starter Plus. All right. Again, link is in the chat, code YouTube. 5 of you who purchase will be getting a free account within the next 15 minutes. You got 15 minutes to go ahead, take advantage of what I think is the best value in all of prop trading. Pass your eval in 2 days. No DLL, 50% consistency, only $89 to get started, even less if you are a new customer. So grab that. And we're going to do a bigger giveaway about halfway point of the session. How's that sound, Tom?
I think that's just the most amazing deal so far. And I must say, today I just passed a Starter Plus account. It just happened an hour ago or something. I already have the new funded account. So this is my first. Yeah, exactly. So this is my first ever Starter Plus funded account. I have another starter one, but when I saw the deal, I said, man, I have to take this deal because this is just awesome, and I really like it. So looking forward to make some profits. Yeah.
All right.
So,
and Tom, what do we have to look forward to today?
Well, what I'm looking forward to, well, I saw that you guys were into some with Ash. You were looking into some long positions, and you were. I was also. Well, we were scalping. We were into a long position as well, from a little bit lower here from the 447s, and then I think I would like to see this one expanding back higher, back to the first fair value gap, or there's a supply zone which I'm going to talk about soon. And but it's a bit of a 50-50 scenario right now. To me, it seems like we want to go down, pick up some more orders currently, but in my heart, I would like to see this go higher. So that's what I'll be looking for. That's the goal. But anyway, guys, I'm glad to be back. Some extraordinary things were happening. Like, really, I mean, the price action was definitely better so far than yesterday, right? So, well, yesterday, I must say it was really, really bad. And if we rewind a little bit to yesterday's session, which one was it? I think it was somewhere here. Yeah, we were talking about that 430-ish level, which eventually got tagged. Was actually taken out, not the way we did want it to see, but it got actually taken out. So let me just summarize what happened. Are we alone now? We're alone. Okay, so let me just say this. Those of you, we're just going to reassess and regroup. Those of you who made some profits, drink up your lemonade, sit back, relax. Those of you who lost a little bit, just, 5 circles around the block, 20 push-ups, and see you back there in the hour, okay? So let's move on. Bit of a joke there. I must say that today were plenty of examples what I'm looking for in terms of order block. Let me just summarize real quick, and then we will go into some trades maybe, and because I do see something coming up. A quick recap, something from London here. A quick recap here. We were talking about these order blocks and supply demand zones, right? And we came up with a few examples in the London session on the stream. If you guys want to join, check out my channel as well. And so here is one that we actually reached up to. Look at this. And these trades were actually taken. It was nice. Obviously, I mean, though, this one was not taken, but you had 2 chances to go for this, and it was pre-London, technically. This was an Asia range. Man, what was I wanted? There was something. Oh, yeah, there was one here. Another demand zone right here. Just exactly the ones I was talking about yesterday. As soon as we got above the previous day high and we swept everything we could here, we started to drop back down. And look at how beautifully this zone has been taken out, or at least, worst case scenario, I always expect these zones to be mitigated or touched or, just wicked down into if we are into a sell. But let's just get back to the New York kill zone, okay? We had Asia low. Oh yeah, totally forgot something. This is when I'm getting nervous. The 15-minute chart. This is what I wanted to show you guys, actually. I know it's hard to follow me. I know. Don't worry. I'll get myself together. Here is another proof of these zones that I was showing yesterday. Bearish candles on the 15-minute chart during the London session started at 2:30, 2:45, 3 a.m. So this is the bread and butter I'm looking for. I'm going to be with the chat in a moment. And this has actually been, there was a swing low here at 752 right here. So it picked up liquidity, pushed price higher, swept the Asia high and the daily high, and then came back lower. Now, what do we see here? The entry point of this demand zone was somewhere around 785. As you can see, it not just tagged it, but it went through. So the low point was 746. And that's why I'm saying, excuse me, that's why I'm saying that these zones, and I know I have a lot of markups here on the chart, but these zones like to be broken or mitigated, whatever you want to call it. And then we went into the New York Open, and this is, and soon I will get to my point, don't worry. And this is what I'm actually looking for right now. So we have these 3 bullish candles, 8:45, 9, and 9:15. Now these candles, especially this one, it actually swept this swing high and then boom, just went down. This has just turned into not just the 15-minute, but also, let me switch down. You can also see that I'm on the 5-minute right here. And I switched from the 15 to the 5-minute. So we swept these highs. And as you can see, this is a beautiful 5-minute supply zone or bearish order block area. Now, I told you guys I use these for targets, and you can spot these levels every single day. If you know what to look for, you can see these levels every single day. I'm just saying that this is something that repeats itself. So if you know what you're looking for, you have your target, and that's, the first segment. And obviously, we had the first gap, and we traded lower, and there was a 1-minute order block. I have to go into the 1-minute chart, and then I will show you what I mean. If we look to the left, I'm just going to go way back to the left. The date is Wednesday, actually. Wednesday, just after close, 4:19 p.m. and 4:20. These 2 1-minute candles actually swept these lows. Now, what does it show? That this is a beautiful order block or demand zone. Now, if we go back to the present, that's what we see. That's what exactly happened. We just went down into this 369 level, and we tagged that order block beautifully. And what happened then, as you can see, we took a trade live on stream, and guess what the target was? Another order block, which was a supply zone. So this was live on stream. We did that. It was a beautiful trade. It wasn't like a 3R or 10R trade, but we talked about this, right? And it's valid because it picked up liquidity, pushed lower. So that is a valid supply zone in my understanding. Okay. So we shifted higher, market structure shift here and here, and, multiple structure shifts actually. And we just went higher and higher. And what happened? We went into that supply zone. Now, and that's why as I joined the stream, I was saying it's a 50-50 scenario right now. I would love to see the higher time frame order block or supply zone being targeted, especially because we don't have any other news coming up, I think. I like to see the 644 area back to the 5-minute supply area, and we have the first level to get to. So good targets. But the problem is that on the downside, we have previous day low, which is also a bullish order block low on the 1 minute. So it's really just a coin toss right now of what we're going to do. But I do agree that, and I was just checking in to the end of the stream, and I saw that you guys were looking to go long. Ash was going long, and I really liked that trade. I still do like it. The problem is if we go down to 320. Now, is it going to sweep that level? I'm not sure, but I can tell you if I see a proper shift to the upside, I'm going to target the first fair value gap. I hope I can do it, because yesterday I just couldn't put on a trade because I did not see any proper setup happening. So let's just see. We do have the order block. I want to check something on the 5-minute and yeah, I was just checking if we do have this is not higher. Okay, that's nothing. Okay, I just wanted to check if we have another zone there. So I'd like to see this one going higher. We're definitely bearish. That's the issue. So just got to wait for that shift. And I think this is the time of the day when, the major moves, and I think this was the major move of the AM session. And what we can do as we go into the lunch hour is prepare with some kind of a plan, some kind of a plan with some kind of a idea of what's going to happen. So you can do two things: full port everything, which we're not doing, of course, or really just wait for the perfect entry. I mean, there's no perfect entry, as Ash said. There is no perfect trading system. There is no perfect setup. Obviously, you have to deal with the losses. It's part of the game. And I was just tuning into the stream, and I thought that was very interesting. What Ash was talking about is your health. You can't really spend too much time on the charts because health is also important. Like I'm going to tell you just something. Like I was spending so many time like backtesting and just watching the charts day and night. That's what actually the reason why I picked up a few extra weight there. So I can vouch for that. That is not good for health. You have to go to the gym. You have to look out for yourself. So obviously, if you're good in the AM session, you're not necessarily want to wait throughout the whole day for the PM session to trade. But right now, we are in the kind of a gray zone when the market did its thing in the AM session. Lunch hour has also its specialties, and I would say we can see like three different kind of behaviors from the market, and these are changing all the time. Like, for example, yesterday, the AM session was, let's just say out the obvious, right? It was not good, to say the least, okay? And it changed a little bit for the PM session. Now we had a good move. I consider this a fairly good price action. Maybe not the best one, but I think from my standpoint, it was a fairly good price action. Launch hour sessions usually don't hold too much surprises, Everybody's tired. Let's have a lunch, So that's why I said yesterday, and I will come up with some good topics. I already have some good ideas in my head. And I did see these comments in the chat earlier last week too, because I was lurking in the background. Like maybe we can use this time to talk about, obviously, if we see the setup, we take it, but we can come up with a plan and talk about risk management and discipline, because that is the key of the whole game, right? Obviously, I'm not going to be the one because to teach you an exact strategy. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm using, because today I had an awesome day. I had some good trades, and that's why I'm saying we had a good time on the stream. But I'm not going to force myself to push the button right now. It's a skill you have to learn somehow. And I'm obviously saying this to those of you who are fairly new or just looking for the first payout. It sounds weird a little bit, but it's true. Right now that we're not pushing the button, it's actually trading. I know it's weird. We're not pushing. See my hand. See my hand. You see? I'm trading right now. I know I'm crazy. Don't worry. This is the way I am. So I'm trading right now. If I'm going to be jumping into this position, I'll let you guys know. But I had actually 3 good trades in the AM session, 2 scalps and this one. I'm not going to force myself into a position right now, even if I believe that it's going to go up. So we talked about what we anticipate, right? We anticipate a zone, for example, here, because that's how I trade. You guys trade otherwise. You are looking for something different, maybe. The level that I'm looking for are these zones, order blocks, supply zones, whatever you want to call it. That's what I look for. Until the second part, the second check mark is not coming like the exact entry model, I'm just going to sit on my hands and I'm taking this position. You know, the best thing in this is that your trading capital is guaranteed by this position. I got this catchphrase from ICT. But anyway, I loved when he came around with this sentence, but I'm going to just say it and going to repeat that many times. This is the only position in trading that can guarantee that you're not going to lose money right now. And you have to understand that. If you're just watching the chart, waiting for the perfect setup, that is actually trading. Right now, I think I can officially say that NQ is unplugged currently. And as much as I would like to go along, my feeling just tells me that this one just wants to sweep lower. So if you guys sitting in a long position, that's good. No problem with that. I hope you can manage your risk, or I hope you're not over trading, oversizing. Okay. But anyway, I noticed yesterday I barely looked into the chat because I was talking about everything. So I tried to go through and try. If you guys have any questions, I'll try to look more into the chat and hear you guys out. So so that's what we're doing. And obviously, there was a topic. Lucas, hello. Rob, hey Rob, what's up? You think we're going higher to that fair value gap above and maybe bounce order block, first sweeping lows, grab some liquidity? Which fair value gap is that? I think I have a feeling that because we still have lunch hour and PM session, and if I go higher, it just feels to me that we're going to go lower. Let me show you something, because we didn't talk about this level on the 180. You guys can mark this up. Go to the 1 hour chart, just an idea. You don't have to accept it, but go to the 1 hour chart, go back to Monday. It's actually in the Asia session here. Now, and that's, I don't know how I forgot this, because I left it here just because to show you guys. Here it is. So this is what I wanted to show you. Let me just change this. Okay, so that is a 1 hour fair value gap. Okay, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, whatever. 1 hour fair value gap. Bearish candle, pushing into liquidity, strong push back to the upside. Shifting structure 1, 2 times, 3 times, almost like 4 times. Very strong level, right? 1 hour order block / demand zone. So watch out for that. Obviously, I'm not saying we're going to drop down immediately. How far are we? 250-ish points. And that's my issue. So let's go back to the 1 minute chart. When I see this, like it's getting weaker and slowly grinding lower, and when it does that, then maybe if it makes displacement below this area, that's a good idea to scalp it for the order block low. But unfortunately, that's invalidating the idea that we're going up, you know. So just watch out for that level. If this one's going to continue throughout the lunch hour, then there's a high possibility that we're going to break that 320. Okay. Totally forgot to say that. Anyway, let me just look at the chat. Okay. Yeah, we are ranging. Absolutely, Jan. Yeah, we are ranging right now. And even the 5-minute is not really the best one. Like, there was one small gap here that we could have taken advantage to go long. But the fact that we shifted lower now again makes it a little bit, not too good. Hey, Ivanomits, hello. Welcome. So, yeah.
Tom,
yeah.
Can I interrupt for a minute?
Absolutely.
All right. When you see my face, you know it's time for giveaways. All right?
That's right.
Okay. So we said that anybody who's buying the best value in all of prop trading with code YouTube, 30% off MyFundedFutures Starter Plus plan, will be entered to win an additional 50K Starter Plus account. And so I have our winners for us. 5 of you are going home with free 50K Starter Plus accounts. And if it wasn't you, I've got the next giveaway coming right up my sleeve. So stay tuned. But Harold, William, Segev, Robert, Allah, all of you are going home with a free 50K Starter Plus account. Congrats, ladies and gentlemen. I want to run a bigger giveaway. I want to give away 20. Let's ask chat. Should we do accounts or resets? Chats, accounts or resets? I'm waiting. There's a little bit of a lag on the stream. There it goes. Resets, accounts.
I see more resets, yeah.
More resets?
Yeah.
Should we give away 20 resets? All right. Yeah. I'm going to make a deal then with the audience. In order to be eligible to win, you not only have to be subscribed, but you have to fill out the form that I'm going to drop in the chat here. Really simple. It's one question, and we created this question to help us better serve you. Again, one question to help us create this MyFunded TV together. We're not just sitting on an elevated perch making decisions. No, we're doing this thing together. And so the link is going to go in the chat. There's the link. We'll do accounts next. All right, hold on. Yeah, slow mode is on. Thank you. We'll do accounts next. Link is in the chat. So you need to fill out this link. And we need to rally viewership up to 700. We can do those two. I got a round of resets coming. And if you do those two, I'll work on the accounts too. All right, promise that. Pinky promise. That means share the stream, like the stream, get your grandma to join, your ex-girlfriend to join the stream, whoever you got. Get it out to your community. All right, and we're going to do a round of resets, randomized drawing for everyone who fills out the form. You rally us to 700, they're coming. And again, I'll if we make this deal, when we both hold up our end of the bargain, I'll go work on accounts for you guys too. All right? All right. Sounds great, Lou.
All right. You guys know what to do. That's it.
All right. Tom.
Yep.
You know what I've had on my desk for like ever as a prop?
What?
Look at this. It's a silver bar.
A silver. Oh my gosh. A silver bar. Wow. So
we're giving away the silver bar.
Okay. Okay. Let's do that.
We get to 5,000 concurrent viewers. We're giving away the silver bar.
Okay. All right. Let's do that, guys. 5,000 concurrent viewers. Careful with that, because maybe somebody will just bot attack the stream or something. If somebody really wants that silver bar. Anyway, it's going to be awesome.
Cool. All right. I'll stop interrupting you, Tom. Keep going.
No problem. Absolutely. So we're just ranging here, as I was saying, and I was actually I was actually looking at this 5-minute CB there, which has not been mitigated. So I thought that price is just going to go up there. If you guys really want to grab a long position, maybe with a 1-to-1 risk to reward, well, mostly for scalping purposes, I mean, this is not such a bad entry. But, you know, we're just, what's the time right now? Yeah, we're just heading into lunch hour. So the risk to reward is not that bad. You know what? I might actually take this. All right. I took it. There you go. I don't even know which MyFundedFutures account was this. It's just a small position. And obviously I'm losing it, of course. Just $100. I wanted to make sure if we can get up there. And it seems like we're not. Just sweeping lower. And that's why I'm not risking more than 100 on this. Unfortunate. But yeah, that's it. Trade is gone. Try to scalp it if we go up there to that CB, but looks like we're just going to sweep those levels down there, and there's nothing we can do about it. Look at that. What a drop. Down to 380. I think it's just going to go. Should I? I'm still tempted to go in for 10 points here. Too late. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Just as we mentioned that 1 minute order block low, it seems like it's doing the job. So not the way I planned it, but hey, we talked about if we see a displacement to the downside, we might as well jump in. Let me just see which account was this. Okay, I'm jumping into a short. I tried to scalp it back to 321. 2 micros here. I'm going to add another 2 micros if I have to. I just want to get back some of the loss there. It's not a big deal. 321, actually my TP. So, oh, where is it? Here is it. No stop loss yet. Don't worry. I'm going to put it there. This is a scalp trade. I'm not going to hold it for the full stop if I don't have to. I might even add to it. I just want to get back some of the loss, actually, just to get it back to positive. The order block low should not hold for too long after the drop like this. So, yeah, a bit of a crazy situation, I know. But let me just... If it goes back up there, I'm willing to add maybe 1 more micro to it, and that is it. I don't want to risk too much. Because why should I? I believe that the order block low should be swept here. So... I'm just waiting for this candle to actually close. So we are... I haven't checked on the mini, by the way, because the mini could be having a different low there. Let me just check. Sorry, I'm going to switch to the mini. And I'm going to check the low there. There could be a few ticks of difference, and just want to make sure. 21.25. Okay, so I'm going to modify my TP to 21.25 there because it's closer. Oh, it just got hit. All right. So I can say that on this brand new MyFundedFutures account, I managed to make a hefty $17.04, recovering from that previous scalp. Awesome trade. Awesome trade. Anyway, not really the way I wanted to take my first trade here on the stream, but anyway, at least you guys have an idea. The thing is, just don't oversize. Don't do crazy stuff. This was basically a scalp trade. And even if it would have got up to that 5-minute CB there, that would have been also just a scalp trade. I was looking for $100 in profit. It is what it is. Technically break even, $17. It's okay. So you shouldn't force it. I mean, let's just move on. We swept the low. Now I'm actually happier that we did this. I mean, that the market did this, because now we can really look for some nice long positions. Also, how far are we from this 1 hour zone? 100 guys, I starting to have the feeling that it just wants to melt down into that's a strong zone down there at 180. So just keep a look on that, okay? If we're not forming any kind of structure here, then, we should not force it too much. Yeah, Jonathan, I don't want to buy it. I will only buy this if we see a proper shift to the upside. As I said previously, this was a small position on the 5-minute fair value gap that I wanted to get into. It didn't work out. Instead, it just went down. I'm definitely not willing to go into a buy position only when we have the proper structure shift. So, yeah, longs could be looking good, but this is exactly the place when we need to wait for some kind of a, structure and the proper shift, because otherwise it's just forcing something that is not there. The draw on liquidity. What is the draw on liquidity? Somebody was asking that. The draw on liquidity, if we go down, is 180, 21,180. If we go up, I would like to see 644. Definitely breaking through the high of this zone at 536. So, Rob, what do you need to see to take along? To take along, I definitely need some kind of a structure, as I said. A nice swing high to being broken by an up close candle with the fair value gap. It's basically the core model 2022 YouTube model from ICT, but it's much better when you have a clear sweep, like a strong level. For example, this is a very good level to be swept. The problem is we still don't see a proper structure. We can call structure shift this one too. Let me just zoom in. So technically speaking, and this is the 1 minute, I know, but this here can also be called a market structure shift. Look at this. It's just happening right in front of our eyes because it's a swing high, right? And, after this candle close, if it would leave a fair value gap, then there's something to look for. The problem is, the way these candles are just printing, it's just not the kind of behavior. I know it sounds a little bit stupid, but the way these candles are printing now, with all these wicks and rejections from the upside, this is just not a proper shift. That's the problem. Like, it's always the lower probability shift when only the wicks are being presented here. Like, it was only shifted with the wick. There is a very tiny fair value gap down here. That's true. But that's a very small one. So if you want to utilize this, you can put a limit order if you want. But I'm not considering this as a strong signal, if we can call it a signal. Okay? So just be careful with that. Anyway. This month you made 3 payouts. Best month yet. Luca, congratulations for the payouts. That's awesome. That is awesome. Congrats. Let me just dive into the chat a little bit. Yesterday, I didn't really do that. Do you create a pre-market plan? Yes. Well, we can call it pre-market plan, I guess. When I usually sit down and look at the market, let it be just a London session or New York session, I mark up the zones. I mark up previous day low, previous day high, midnight level, supply demand zones, order blocks, you name it. I mark up these levels. I zoom out, I go to the higher time frames, and I'm trying to tape read it. Like, okay, what happened? This went up there, it went down, it mitigated that area. Okay, this created a lower low, then went back up there, it created the zone. Now it's just so you try to, tape read the story. Very important, by the way. If you can just do that anytime, even on the weekends. Just scroll back and try to tape read what is happening. What do you see on the chart? It did that, it did. Okay. So that's what I do. And when I'm somewhat finishing up with the tape reading, even if I just look back to the Asia session of what happened, because I usually start before London. If I get that extra feeling to where is the draw on liquidity, and that takes chart time, right? Then that's how I try to anticipate the draw on liquidity. Fire cold shorts question. How do you prepare for the day if yesterday was red day? Also, I can't stop reading your it's just the social media, Twitter and YouTube channel name Tom Sabo Biz. And my name is Tom Sabo. You can just Tom Sabo. That's simple. Tom Sabo Biz. Not Boo, but it would want to. I know you're joking. Anyway, so red day. If I have a red day, it depends on how red. So if I have a very bad day, it happened before. I know it never happened to anyone here, but it just trolling you guys. So when I have a really bad day, like when I blow up, not just one account, maybe more. The best thing I could do, and I think, and I say this from experience, is if the next day you really need to feel the urge, then go back to an evaluation account. If you blew up funded accounts, if you blew up evaluation accounts, depends on your situation. Do you want to put your skin in the game again on a new eval or not? If I blow up some funded accounts, which happened, the next day, since I really much attracted to the markets and I definitely like to figure this stuff out every day, I try to tone it down to evaluation accounts. Okay, so that's something I do. If I have a really bad losing streak, sometimes it takes for me like even more days, 2 or 3 days, to go back to a funded account. Have to reassess everything. You have to get your focus back, and that is something you have to work on. And it takes time. It takes time. It takes experience. It takes chart time, and it takes a lot of focus. PB trading. Hello. So, cheese. So yeah, that's what you can do. My first funded account had 10K payout. Just forgot. Oh, Jan, that's not good. It happened to me too. I'm the most handsome YouTuber. Oh my God, Pine Tree Trader. Thank you so much. I know. I was the stunt double of Tom Cruise. I told you guys. So, coffee is here. Thank you. I'm drinking coffee with style, only with the BMW coffee mug. Zoltan, fellow Hungarian trader. Hello, welcome. I'm doing good, Ivan. Hello. Oh, the car is... Don't worry, guys. We will get there. I told you. 2009. It's a fine vehicle. So, back to trading. I know I know we're talking about this and that, every kind of topic here. But yeah, so it's very important. If you have a red day, then just, try to step away a little bit. Also, sounds weird, I know, but go out for a walk. Do something useful. For example, you're going to laugh. I am Hungarian. Yes, Floops. I am Hungarian. So do something useful. Got an E92. That's a nice car, man. That's a nice car. For example, listen to this. You're going to laugh. I did the kitchen. I did the dishes. I know. There's a machine for that, but you have to put the stuff in the machine, right? So that's one thing. We're talking about mindset here, guys. So do the dishes. Maybe clean up your apartment. Wash the car. Buy something for your family or go for a walk. I don't know. Do something useful. You will feel much better. 100%. Those things are going to help you a lot, especially on the next day. Watch a TV show. These things helping. Read a book also. So that is actually something you can do. That helps. These small things helps to rewire your brain, especially after a very bad day. Okay. And I wanted to talk about like how many accounts you really need to be successful, because like we're seeing like everybody's aiming to get like 10, 20, 100 accounts to trade on. I'd say, and I'm starting to realize this over the past few months, that you really only need to have like you're perfectly fine with 2 or 3 funded accounts, by the way. So there you go, Ivan. You have to do, you have to go to, you have to take a shower. That is useful. Do you consider a profitable trader to be consistent payouts? By consistent payouts, yes, but it doesn't have to be like every day or every week. Like it's not something you have to be so much attached to. I would say in the time span of like 2 to 3 months, if you can get regular payouts in every quarter of a year, then, and you can repeat the process throughout the year, then that is something like we can say profitable, right? Or if you just end up the year in a good profit, like not like $17 like I did here, but in a considerable profit at the end of the year, then you're good. That is something you can do. So that is what we look for. What up, Luke?
I'm back.
You're back.
Do you know what that means?
Something good. Let's hope.
Something good. Some giveaways. We made a deal. We said if you are a subscriber on this channel, 1, 2, you fill out the form to help give us feedback to make this better programming and a better show for you all. And 3, we rally the viewer count to 700. I am going to give away 20 free resets. How's that?
Oh my gosh. That's
Is
a
it
good
go
deal.
time?
That's a go time. Oh yeah.
I'm going to go quick. You ready?
Let's go.
Randomized responses. We've got Investor Z. We have Matthew. We have Manveer Trades. Some Trader. Ambathia. LJU. Rift Kids. Alpha PVP. Donna H. Kennedy. Luke Jacoby. Cheater. I think Cheater won yesterday too. And Angel. There's your first 10. 10 more. Kalsick. Tinku. Shout out Tinku. Pigeon. Soup NYQ. Smurf. Now we're down to the final 5. Xanalu. XANALU. Betty's. Marcelito. Sibans, and last but not least, Zlotnik. You 20 are going home with a free reset. If you got it, let us know in the chat. You actually won. Congrats. Yes. Give a shout to your fellow traders hanging out with us. And thank you to everyone who filled out the form, helping us to make this a better show, better programming for you. That's why we do it. We do not just do it to entertain ourselves, right? Tom and I could pleasure ourselves in 100 different ways. We're not doing it just by being.
But that's a secret. Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Right.
All right. Tom.
Yeah.
How are you feeling today?
To be honest, I'm a little bit tired. I don't know why, but I'm super happy to be here. So I hope you guys will have me tomorrow as well. But I don't know why. Maybe I need to get more sleep. But I'm always ready to be at the markets, and I'm looking for actually enter to a position, but I just don't have my setup. But I'm feeling awesome. So all the chat is awesome as well.
Yes, and we're going to get names of winners over to support after the stream later this afternoon. So stay tuned. Don't blow them up with tickets, please. All right? All right, Tom. You got 12 more minutes.
Awesome. Okay.
I'll stop interrupting you.
No problem. So congratulations to the winners, by the way. And yeah, I was just looking at this 1 minute chart here, and it seems like we might go up to that 5 minute CB there. If you guys want to go for a scalp, there might be an opportunity presenting itself right here. I'm still thinking that it should be sweeping that 459 area with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You know, why not? Maybe with 1 micro. Should I try to go for it? I think I'm going to try to go for it with 1 micro. I know it's not a lot, but just want to make sure that it's okay. I might add to the trade. I entered with a small position. Guys, I know it sounds weird, but I do this like every day. I go for $200 or $300. Definitely, you can go for like thousands of dollars. But the good thing in this is that you don't have to keep up blowing those accounts. You know, if you have a losing streak, you can walk away with worst case scenario like $500 or $600 of loss, and you can come back the other day. So that's why that's why I choose to trade with micros. Otherwise, there's nothing wrong if you like to take more risks. So it's up to you. Let me just put this on here. Oh, I haven't put on a stop loss yet. Bad, Tom. Okay. That's going to be my stop for now. I'm just looking to make like 80 or 90 bucks just to make sure. Actually, I think I should make more. You know, on the starter accounts, you need to make more than $100 to count as a trading day. So let's just aim for that. I already made $17, so I need to make 83 more. Okay. Anyway, I think we should be picking up orders from that 5 minute gap. If we would trade through that area, then let me just put this line here. The high of this area is at 534. That's the high of the supply zone. So we can also continue higher to completely break that zone, just that it happened today and yesterday multiple times. So for the short term, drawn liquidity should be the 5 minute CB up there. Okay. Now that we swept the daily low. And now that we are in the lunch hour section, I think we have the chance to go there. We'll see. I know we need to risk more. Maybe I will. If it goes a little bit lower back to my entry, I might add 1 more micro somewhere around 405. Somewhere, yeah, definitely above 400. I might add 1 more. Okay. At least that's how I used to do it. And I'm still targeting that CB up there, that 5-minute CB. As you can see, here's a trade. Nothing super special. I just want to make sure that I can make $100. So, well, it does look like a nice setup. Bad Mouse, hello, good to see you here. I see some familiar names. Add 5 minutes, Lucas. We can do that. The problem is the starter account, the starter plus 2. I think it only lets you to go with, and there's a scaling plan, I think. So I just can't full port it. But I think what I can do, and I want to do, is might add one more micro here. Anyway, that's what I'm looking for. On the bigger picture, it would be great to see the zone being totally broken up. I mean, the 534 level should be a good target for a little bit longer term. But the ultimate goal would be to go up there to 644. I'm not saying we're going there. We still have that 1 hour level down there. So my time frame, Nyan, you can always see my time frame down here on the right corner. I use this indicator to show you guys that currently what time frame I'm on, so it's easier to follow. You can always, right now I'm on the 5 minute, and it seems like it's going against me. Of course, why not? Adding one more micro, and that's it. That's all that I'm going to do with this. I don't want to risk more on this trade. And looking for, actually, what's that level? Let me go back to, I'll be fine with 58. No, let's go with 57.75. Don't ask me why, but I'll be fine with that. So I just added one more micro, and that's it. I'm not willing to add more risk to this trade. That's it. Yeah, it is. So let's see some chat here. Full port? No, I can't do it right now. Okay. Let's go back to the charts here. And so it doesn't seem too much, and that's why I said if you have like 2 or 3 funded accounts, you can always rotate these. For example, if you have a red day or a losing streak, like I consider a losing streak at least maybe like 3 losses in a row, 3 or 4 losses, you can do 2 things at least. One is to walk away. Maybe that's the best thing right now. I mean, at that moment. The second thing, if you really, really want to pull the trigger, maybe go to a different account. It can be an evaluation account too. But I would definitely leave that particular account alone when you had those losses. And I mean, in my opinion, for example, on a 50K funded account, even though, like, for example, the starter account has the daily loss limit, you don't necessarily have to go down to $1,200. I think if you go to like 600, 700 maximum in the negative, then just switch to another account if you really want to continue. My number would be like 4 losing trades in a row. I say I have to walk away. And that's something like you have to learn through losses and pain and suffer and tears. That's how it goes. You know, there's no other way around it. So it takes time. So that's why I said yesterday, especially those ones who are starting out, if your expectations is that you're going to be making $100,000 in 2 months, like the first goal would be just to keep the account. Even the evaluation account, keep it for a month and you'll be fine. You'll feel much better. And if you can walk away from a losing streak like that, you did actually a lot to your trading. I mean, a lot of that's a very, very positive thing at the end of the day. So so that's how I try to rotate my funded accounts. If I have a losing streak like that, maybe I switch to another account or walk away. These two things used to work out. How many wins or points? Yeah, Nayan, that's also a good question. For example, let's just stick with the example on a 50K funded account. I'd say if you can make $200 or $300 on a funded account, and I'm just saying this the 50K example, I would say just walk away or switch to another account. The same situation. I know it's like not the same number because I walk away with $600 loss and $200 profit, but even if I get a very good trade and I end up with like $400 or $500, that's 100% that I'm not going to push the button more. I'm not going to give back those profits. The setups are repeating themselves every day, so you will find better setups the next day. Just don't give it back. So I would say on average, if I make $200 or $300 on any funded account, I just switch to another one or walk away. That's a good profit for the day. It adds up, you know. Thank you so much, Abhishek. Thank you. Definitely, I'll be. I hope I'll be here if you guys would have me. Can you tell them to get? Oh, guys, give everybody accounts. That's I did my part. I can't control everything, but yeah. Exactly. Well, I'm not usually going for a one-to-one risk to reward, but as I said yesterday, my average is like I'm trying to go for the 1-to-2, but I guess if I see the opportunity in a positive risk to reward ratio, I just take it. My average is somewhere around 1.3, 1.4. And as I said yesterday of how I'm doing this year, so far I'm having my best month in my trading career, which for some of you may not be a big number, but for me is a good. Like I just had my first net positive 10K month this month in May 2025, and I'm very happy about it. I had the 9K month before. I had 5-6K months net positive, and I'm super happy. I'm just saying that it takes time, but I'm trading micros step by step and building up, rotating these accounts, and it's just that's the way I do it. But it's less stressful, and that's something you can do. Like if you size down. One more key takeaway because the next host is coming, and I appreciate the time. One key takeaway to close my segment here. When you size down your positions and you switch to micros, it's going to make everything much less stressful and much easier. Okay, take it from me, please. That is actually shifted a lot in my trading last year. Actually, that was part of that aha moment that I had last year in the summer. I switched. I forgot the minis. It's not a bad thing to use minis. It's good if you know what you're doing. But when I switched down to micros, that's when the positive changes started to happen. Less stress. Trust me on that. It's, you know, it's something you have to take in accounting. It's something you look for. My favorite cheese. There's a Hungarian cheese that I like. It's a very simple name. It's called Tropista. If you can say that, you're going to be a successful trader. I can tell you that. Definitely, Zoltan. So, hey, Ricardo. Hello. Yeah, so if you guys don't mind, for the next time, I'm going to be much more prepared. I was a little bit tired today. I don't know why. Maybe it's the weather. It's so windy out there. And I want to talk more about psychology and the mental game of this, you know. I think we need to. Hey, look at this guy.
What's up?
You just came from the future, or are you shooting Blade Runner or something? I don't know.
Well, we've got a very special host joining us in a second here.
Nice.
And he's dripped out today. So I gotta, I gotta match the vibes. That's my role.
I see.
I'm like the sponge, I gotta pick up the tone of the chat, of the hosts,
I get it.
the guests, and fit in.
Well,
Tom, when will you be back, sir?
Luke, I would be happy to be here tomorrow as well if you guys would have me. I'm sorry if I was a little bit tired today, but I enjoyed it. I would stay here all day. I just need more coffee, and I can hold on, so no problem. But I really enjoy being here. The chat is awesome, and I'd like to be back tomorrow the same time if you guys would have me.
All right, I think we will have you.
All right, thank God.
So that will be 11:30 Eastern. We'll be here with Tom, but stay tuned because we always say goodbye to Tom for now. We would like to say hello to Matt. What's up?
What's up? Well,
I saw you lurking. I'm like, all right, I got to get in on this.
Well, look at you, handsome. Okay, what do you got going on over there?
We chat has been very well behaved today. We've had a couple live trades on, which I think everybody always appreciates. We've had some giveaways. I promised the group that we do a big giveaway during your segment today. So that's I'll be the facilitator for y'all.
All right. Bro, I think you can see into the future with those glasses. Seriously.
Pit Viper sort of look like a D-bag. But
I like it. Can I tell you something special about these glasses? I know you can see on the side. It says Bitcoin 2022. These glasses are worth, like, I'm talking like so many dollars, like so many ones of dollars. Because on the side, they say FTX US. They are they are FTX souvenir glasses. And I did meet Sam Bankman-Fried at this Bitcoin conference before everything went down and got crazy. But so these are collector's items right here.
Was it the Miami event?
Yeah, it was in Miami.
See, I was there. We just didn't know each other then.
Oh yeah, that's cool, man. I would have come and hung out. Did you go to the Steve Aoki concert after?
No, I was there for like one of the 3 days. Dude, there's only so much like 2020 to 2022 Bitcoin bros I can handle.
Yeah, no, I was absolutely like at the end of it, I was just completely tired of everything. So yeah, trust me, whoever said in chat, you'll get your FTX money probably tomorrow. They're still working on it. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, that's funny. No, what I found to be surprising at the Bitcoin conference was that I still had to get out my wallet and buy tacos from the taco truck with US dollars. Like, I couldn't, everything was still in dollars. I had to put $1 in the Coke machine, it was the irony of that was really funny.
Yeah, no kidding.
Awesome.
But Matt, what do we have in the next hour here?
All right. So great to see you guys again. Also, we've been walking through this crazy market. There's so much going on. It's a lot to talk about. We had big Nvidia earnings. We had a court rule that most of Trump's tariff activity was illegal. Market goes crazy. We're selling off yesterday, rallying on Nvidia, rallying on tariff, and selling off, and now back to what the heck's going to happen, right? So we'll talk about our pivots. I'm in a long trade right now. You can see the top right of my screen. You'll always see my active trade right over here. You can circle. Y'all are all familiar with probably the Trade-Of-8 platform. So I got that up here. My position is here. Just one contract, keeping it small. I have a couple of really strong pivots that I do like to take all the time. You guys learn a little bit from me. Off to the right, I keep my QQQ chart, my Nasdaq chart to the left. So I watch stocks, ETF, and futures all at once. A liquidity map is a cool little invention of ours that allow me to see flow and predict volume pivots. And a liquidity map has a particular setup that's really strong underneath right here, this dark gray area called a bull zone. And this bull zone bottom is an extremely strong pivot as long as this stock ratio is greater than half. And that stock ratio basically just tells you, are the stocks doing the same thing? Now, it's a great example of trading resiliency. This pivot, I did take a long right here earlier, and I did get stopped out with my normal 40-point stop on Nasdaq. So if you guys are following along with me, my normal scalping is about 40 points stop on Nasdaq and 10 on the S&P. So I longed, I took the stop, the market recovered, I'm taking the long again. This is a really strong pivot, and I usually like to take it pretty much every single time. I call it my every single time pivot. So while I took the trade the money, I took it the same spot and loss. I'm taking it at the same time again, and hopefully can make some money and conditions improve. Now on my chart, you're going to see that I use these little yellow, blue, and white indicators down here. These are tiebreakers on certain pivots on my actual Nasdaq chart. This is what all the stocks are doing at once. And long story short is when this white one is below zero, this white dashed line is resistance. Well, hey, there we go. Trade's taken off. Let's run it, baby. Let's go. Keep going. Give me some love here. Come on, market. Gotta love it. My upper target is, in fact, that dashed line. I have no evidence it's going to break through and go. When we say when this resilience number is less than zero, that is my resistance. So from here, it's roughly about maybe 50 more points on Nasdaq. If I can get maybe the 21,500 level, it'd be kind of nice. So that's really nice on this one. Awesome. Now we just wait. But yeah, when you're taking a trade and you have a strong pivot that doesn't play out, I didn't see this and get freaked out and then jump in and chase a short. I waited for it to reclaim my pivot. And this was just a little abnormal volatility as well. You know, VIX is kind of having a little field day today with everything we've been experiencing the last couple of, I guess the last couple sessions. And it's interesting to see VIX futures starting to tail up yesterday and today, right? So yesterday was like trying to rally up. We had the Nvidia Trump stuff went down, and then VIX went right back up again. So we'll see. I'm only planning one contract to see if I get a big run up at the end of the day. I'm going to risk maybe 500 to 1,000 on this account just to see if anything comes of it. But as good as that kind of nice green candle was, we're still getting a little bit of volatility here. But that's it, man. I mean, I'm sitting here waiting to see if something good happens. This support actually, when the stocks themselves are bullish, this little ratio, the top left of my screen that I'm circling, if you guys can see that, right? There you go. Now on my screen, when this ratio that says 0.8 is greater than 0.0 or 0.5, then usually this is a rock solid pivot just to plan and hold for. Like the market will likely close above here for the day. So that's what I'm betting on right now. Somebody said in chat, hello, Matt, how is Pickle? Oh, Pickle's fantastic. I'm sure Pickle will come up and knock on the door in a little bit and say hey to y'all. So anyways, chat, how'd you do today? Trust me, today probably kicked everyone in the face. I'm sure today's trading day was hard and horrible. But for me, I took some losses out the door, then took some wins out the door. Then now I'm taking another win. It was a hard day. Got to react. Got to not, chase trends or chase, flip-flop my bias a lot. I didn't long out the door. I waited for really strong pivots, and that's all I've been waiting to do. And now that the market's kind of exhausted its volatility, I'm hoping that by the end of the day, we're back up to that area right there. Is it mandatory to go for a walk daily to be profitable? I would say so. I would say that, it's mandatory for you to be alive to be profitable. If you don't walk daily or exercise daily, the profits not gonna mean much. You're not healthy. You gotta walk. Take a walk every day. See some grass. It's always good for you. Somebody said, "What's my favorite cheese?" I like what do they call it? Butterkoss. It's like a German Havarti. It's pretty good. I make this really awesome Italian dish with it. I make it with chicken and that cheese and a little burgundy wine, some butter and some herbs, and delish. It's pretty good stuff. It's like soft, kind of like soft in what's the texture kind of like? It's not a hard cheese. It's not a really soft cheese. It's like a medium soft cheese. Yeah, you guys like that one? Oh, it's so good. It's real buttery too. Like it's really umami flavor, like super buttery, super tasty. Somebody took on smoked Gouda. Any smoked cheese is good cheese, man. How do we interpret the fact that stocks are not so red, but indices are down? Does it give you confidence to lean on stocks more? Well, okay, so let's talk about the market cap weighting of the index itself. The stocks mostly are not super red, but the stocks that are green are the stocks that are carrying. And that's kind of what you're seeing. While Nvidia did gap up and is still doing fine. If you look at my chart here, off to the right, Nvidia, we ran way up on Nvidia earnings, and Nvidia's just fallen to rock solid support. And if you look at the liquidity map here, right at about this 140 level, Nvidia has really strong resistance, right? And about 90% of days, you don't break through that pivot. It's only about 10% of days you actually do lose it. So usually after a big run up after earnings, a stock doesn't usually fall down the next day unless something conditionally changes. And the stock is fine. Nothing's changed with Nvidia, and the market's got some bull catalyst to go with it. So because Nvidia is carrying, the market's going to have a hard time to sell off because you just got some heavy market cap stocks. You know, Mag 7 not necessarily dying today. Take a look at some of the other stocks. Microsoft is kind of like supporting, even though it's not really bullish, right? Apple, the one that does look bad today, right? Cycle through them really quick. Amazon, same thing as Microsoft, not really bullish, but still not selling off and crashing. Tesla, same boat, right? So, you know, some of your big hitters aren't necessarily just collapsing. And Google looks like Google looks kind of like but you know, so you're not really getting a collapse in the stocks. And I think a lot of people aren't going to be betting against the trade war stuff. If the trade war is coming out to be more, I guess, milder going forward, and you know, with judges starting to side against Trump on some of his decision making there, Wall Street is not going to bet against that. The bet right now literally is trade war. That's it. The Fed boils down to trade war. Trade war goes heavy, Fed's not going to cut rates. Trade war chills out, Fed might cut rates. Everything right now is healthy in the economy. Everything right now is looking at trade war. That's really it. And so your bet is trade war. If there is a bet you need to make, and everything else looks good in the economy. Trade war, Wall Street hated. Wall Street seems to have shrugged off the Moody's downgrade. So it doesn't even think that like the country's credit score even matters anymore. Bond market collapsing. Wall Street still doesn't care. It's like it's trying to sell off, but the short squeeze is so heavy off of this, the people selling and shorting in the trade war, it's still propagating a big rally. So that's how I feel. Am I making you hungry? Well, that's what happens when you're here with the lunch bunch. Or lunch bunch, do y'all like that? Or brunch bunch. What do you think? Which one sounds more cringy, more cool, less cool? What should we be? We need a team name for Team Lunchtime. What do you guys think? The lunch mob? Like, you know, who here got their lunch money stolen as a kid, right? You know, somebody took it off the table or something. You lost it. What do you all eat? Fruit roll-ups, fruit by the foot, have a Go-Gurt when we were kids? Tell me about your lunch experience. Brunch babies, the Lunchables. I kind of like that one, actually. Kind of nice. The lunch baggers. Actually, that's kind of clever. Lunch baggers. I like it. The lunch crunch. Wait, I'm going to write some of these down. These are actually pretty good. Wait, going for the future. Hold on. Let me add it to my notepad on my phone. Guys, this is a terrible trading day. We're going through the lunch crunch right now. Oh my gosh. Okay. If you're just tuning in, expect it to be extremely crunchy going forward. The lunch baggers. Okay. Y'all have much more clever bones in your mind than I do. Team lunch month. What is month? Team turkey. Okay. The question for you guys, what is your favorite kind of sandwich? That's a really interesting question, because when it comes to lunch, I don't know if you're, you know, in the United States or other countries, maybe you guys, your typical sandwich or your lunch was a sandwich. I don't know. But in the United States, right, pretty much every kid, for the most part, would probably get a sandwich in their lunch. Usually it was a peanut butter and jelly, ham and cheese, ham and Swiss, bologna and cheese, turkey. What did you get? Like, what kind of tuna sandwich? What kind of sandwich did you guys normally get? Chopped cheese sandwich, ham and some mayo. Abstract, Philly cheesesteak. Abstract's parents really love him. Got a whole Philly cheesesteak. My parents just slapped bologna and cheese and the peanut butter and jelly. So you got the good stuff, man. Avocado toast. Man, that's awesome. Salami with arugula, mayo, and mustard. Okay. Kirsten's dad was a freaking Michelin star chef here. Okay. Arby's beef and cheddar. Michael, don't you even start with me with the Arby's. Oh my gosh. So you guys might hear a lot of inside jokes from our crew that talk about Arby's a lot. People tend to meme me a lot because I had this long conversation in the middle of a slow trading day about how Arby's probably tastes really good, but I refuse to eat the sandwich because the meat on the sandwich just looks weird to me. Like, it gives me like some kind of like creep out vibe. I don't know. And so I always talked about how I hate the way that the pictures of Arby's sandwiches look, so I never eat it. No balonies. Maple honey turkey loaded. Okay. Let Pickle trade. He's the market maker. You think Pickle would like? Okay. He'd probably be pretty good. How do I plan to help the newcomer? And what suggestions do you give the newcomer who's just planning to start trading? So if you're planning to start trading, the first thing you can learn to do is trade inside of a prop firm like MyFundedFutures. A prop firm is a great way for a trader to get acclimated to trading without taking a lot of risk themselves. Usually, when I got started trading in 2010, prop firms weren't really a big thing. They weren't a well-known thing. I had to throw my own money into account and risk it and risk losing it. But a prop firm is a way for you to have a minimal risk, right? To practice trading in a simulated environment and then get paid if you make money. So if you think about it, it's like there's actual risk because you're paying money every month. There's actual reward if you win. You're going to take it kind of seriously, apart from just paper trading, which you probably don't take seriously, right? Paper trading, if you're new to trading, is basically when you trade simulated trading, just period. And with the funded program, you're allowed to just pay a little bit of money to actually kind of like get the emotions, the full experience of real trading. They have strict rules that force you to use discipline and force you to use risk management when you trade. It's a great environment to be in. What's up, Luke?
I'm back. And when I'm back, that means good things are coming for the community. I'm going to give away a sim-funded account. It's a big deal.
Wow.
To Matt as a thank you for being here. Sorry, community.
Oh, thank you. Can I give it away to the community?
Nope. But all right, what about this? What if we gave away 20 expert accounts to the community? Not starter, not starter plus. These are expert accounts. Uncapped payouts. We're talking. Woo.
That's really, really nice. Expert accounts. That's really nice. That's very generous of you.
All right. Should we do it when we get to 1,000 viewers?
Let's do it.
All right. And for everybody who's loyal to us and watching, I'm not going to announce it and make a big deal. The code is magically going to appear on the screen. So that way it's not... We had this problem before, Matt, like a couple weeks ago, where people just listen to the verbal cues pop in and then pop out. And that's not who deserves the giveaways. All right. The expert accounts are a big deal. So
they're the gold standard of end of the day drawdown. I say that every day on my stream. That's the best in class account you can get in prop world. They're nice.
Ooh. All right. I'll stop interrupting you. Just wanted to put some of that into the ethos.
All right. Well, you guys heard it. I hear, speaking of Pickle, this is amazing. Thank you guys at MyFunded for giving us some accounts. I hear Pickle outside. I hear something out there. Hello? I don't hear it anymore. Let me see really quick. Hello? Do I hear something? Oh, well, hello. What is this?
Your lunch. I heard avocado toast, so I just decided to whip you up some lunch.
What? Is this for lunchtime?
Yeah. Well,
Lunch?
It's brunch. It's
lunch for the
brunch bunch.
guys. Look. Okay, look. I know you guys talking about how awesome your sandwiches were. Look. All right. This is great. Look at this. There's like avocado. There's like tomatoes on this. Is this bread homemade?
Yes, homemade rosemary bread.
Homemade bread. Is she single? Oh yeah. It's my girlfriend's
single.
single.
Do my wife.
Wow, bro. There's like an egg on top with chopped. What is this? Like cilantro? Wow. Bro. Okay. So I don't even know. Yeah. One of these days she's going to wake up and realize she can do a whole lot better. And I won't get avocados this anymore. But until then, I'm going to milk it. This looks great. I'm not going to smack in your face on stream, but I can't wait to dive into that. It's lunchtime. So, obviously we get lunch on the stream. So that's kind of nice. Victor has confirmed that Matt's girlfriend is single. Yep. All right, so let's get back to it. We are watching market move higher off of lower support pivots. Now, this is one of my stronger pivots. I'll teach you guys as time goes by what they are. This one has a 92% chance of closing above, according to my back test. So this is a really solid pivot that held all morning. And this is a 90% pivot to close above here as well. Conditions are starting to slightly improve in stocks. You can see at the bottom, this little white line here at the bottom. Let me make this a little bigger for y'all. It's slightly getting better, which means more stocks are pushing this way through that box than selling off. So hopefully today we do get some support. I never like to bet the market's collapsing. I always try to bet to the bull side if I can. It's very rare that I'm going to bet the markets crash and sell off, but I do have a really tight control on this particular trade. Here to there, the risk and reward is pretty solid. This is about 110 points on Nasdaq with a 40-point stop. That's roughly a 2.75 to 1 trade. It's not really too bad of a trade to make. And of course, since we've been crazy and volatile, I'm just throwing one contract at it just to keep it tame. I could put a big fat bet on that, but with the volatility we've seen and the first time this pivot lost and reclaimed, I'm kind of worried about it. But the fact that we reclaimed 2 here, I'm not necessarily too scared of this. Looks like it wants to head down. But here's the thing I like to do is I take long stabs at it, and if it fails, I just get out of the way. Last thing I ever really do, and you guys will learn from me, is, and this is actually very helpful, whenever markets I feel like are going to fall down from when they were bullish, I usually avoid the trade instead of betting they're going to go down. Markets tend to go up more often than they don't. And when you're against strong bull pivots, it's very rare that I'm going to bet that they're going to fail, especially when conditions are improving. See how right now this white line is getting better? It means more stocks are actually pressing through this redistribution zone right here than not. And because this line is getting better, it's not great yet. I want to see it above 0. But because it's getting better and the S&P and Nasdaq are pulling back, let's actually look at S&P really quick. It usually shows that there's a little detachment between the index and the stocks it's tracking. So let's watch S&P for a hot minute here. Let me get my little drawing tool here also. Okay, chat. But y'all take a bet, though. Where are we closing today? We up or down? I want to know what you guys think. Let's have a poll. Are we going up? Are we going down from here? Let's hear it. I lost my drawing tool here. Let's make a new one. New lows, like daily lows, weekly lows, or monthly lows, though. How low do we go? And this is a little trick. I usually take a fib tool and I delete all the pieces of it because nobody really uses fibs, I guess, much anymore. But I use it as a ruler with a midpoint. So this is one of my favorite little tools to make. And I always measure these runs. And I find the halfway point of them just to see where that balancing act is when the market is running up, creating this nice little move here, and then see what we got going on. This is supporting at 5,900 on the S&P, and we're watching that. These blue pivots are also really strong as well. And the S&P is the one that is getting a little bit more love than the Nasdaq is. And although my trade is in Nasdaq, I am looking for here to here is always a really strong pivot, and here to here is the push I'm looking for. With this white line below 0, that's going to likely be resistance as I talk about the resistance here. So the best I'm going to hope for is maybe if it dips there, I might add to the position to trade it up to there and close out. If these conditions get even better, if this white line goes above 0, then this can break all the way up to fill the gap at 56. So from there, it's another 40 points. And always in my head as a trader, some advice for you guys. As you're doing this, one of the things that you're going to get really good at, if you're not doing it now, start doing it. Always be calculating and thinking in your head, how far can it go? Where am I going to stop? And you're always thinking about your risk and reward and your opportunity. Trading is not just about picking the right direction. You might think that it is, but I'll tell you, I kind of maintain a 70% win rate. Currently this year, I'm at 76. I showed it on my stream this morning on YouTube. The idea of a high win rate does not necessarily mean that you predict the market. It means that you manage your trades well. And I probably picked the market as wrong as anyone else. I picked the direction wrong half the time. You're never going to pick the direction right. This thing is as random as it gets. The thing is about managing your trades. You always want to be calculating or thinking about how far it can go and what's the condition and what's your justification and confluence, and then managing your position. Right now, my confluence is good, but it's not great. So it's one contract. If this confluence was like rock solid, I'd be hitting with 2, 3, 4 a lot more. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what you're going to hear me doing, spitting out numbers and thinking. So right now, what I'm looking for, I have really strong resistance pivot from here. I have a possible resistance pivot from this white line with the conditional. If this white line doesn't get above 0, then it's likely to resist. So now I can say, well, because it's probably going to resist, then let me assume that will. So when I'm doing my R to R, S&P is going to go up just 18 points here. On a 10-point stop, that's a 1.8 to 1 trade. I'm always doing that math in my head, even though I'm not saying it out loud. Despite the goofy antics on the stream, if you guys don't know, I'm a mathematician and an engineer. So I'm always thinking numbers, and I'm always like chewing in my head, like, okay, what is the risk of this trade? What's the reward of this trade? And when you're doing this, It's very important that you always keep awareness in front of you of all the things that can make your trade go against you, always listening to the news, always knowing where your stop is, how you're going to adjust your plan. And right now, my plan is getting slightly better. It's just not great yet. If this number goes above 0, then my plan just got even better, right? So hopefully that helps you guys think ahead and recommend how you can start trading from the root. There's a lot of people on YouTube that teach, for free. I have a YouTube channel in the mornings. I also teach for free. But, there's a lot you can watch in your spare time to just learn trading from a bunch of folks. Anybody that trades live is willing to show you on their screen, as you see right here, their ins and outs. Usually is worth at least watching just to see, what it is they do, or even better, what it is they do wrong, so you don't copy it. And you can learn from anybody that's willing to show you what they do. That's a good place to start. And of course, diving into a funded trading program is a great way when you actually do pull the trigger to get started trading as well. So it looks like a lot of you guys are winning some of these expert accounts. It's a pretty good prize. Those experts are great. Do I have a live account with MyFundedFutures? I do have a live account with MyFundedFutures. That is correct. They gave me $200 million a day, every day for 10 years. Promise. Not lying. Okay, that's a lie. Did they get the code? Where is the code? I don't know. I'm watching the chat right now to see. But yeah, I do have a live funded account with them. Right now, this is key. Resilience. And resilience is a very important indicator because this is an aggregate of what the stocks are doing. And hey-yo, there goes my trade. $700. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That's right. That's right. I'm gonna put on the sunglasses that I can't see through. You guys yell at me if my trade starts going down though, because I can't see anything right now. But it does look cool though. All right, I like it. $700. If I finish up the trade here, actually that's S&P, so Nasdaq is moving at the same time. I'm gonna keep a close, careful eye on my upper pivot. Now, I don't know if I want to get all the way to that 520 level. That's 60 points from here, and that's going to be $1,200 total if I make this for $2,000 as a final total trade. Remember, I never really bet against the market unless the market gives me signs it's going to do something like that. Really, really strong bullishness today on all the stocks. I'm not really, I can't see a thing with those on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, guys, let's get some W's in chat. You know what it's like. You know what it sounds like. That sounds like victory, doesn't it? Does it sound like winning? It sounds like winning. Now, again, I have this kind of like juju when it comes to like, not messing up the, not jinxing the, the trade. I like you celebrate too early. The market just does not like that. I feel like the minute I start like raising my hands and celebrating this, the market goes, yeah, buddy, no thanks.
How much do you celebrate? Like I've talked to some people who are like celebrate your win. Some people are like, nope, just another day. Like, how do you handle that?
So on the stream, I usually put on like a goofy costume and jump around and make a lot of noise and be silly. But in reality, I don't feel a thing when it comes to trading. That's a good question. Okay. I think that when you're trading, this is a lesson I teach people actually. I don't really feel anything when I lose and I don't feel anything when I win anymore. I'm kind of numb to both sides of it. It just becomes a job. I think I get happy when I win a trade because I won the trade, but I don't celebrate the money I make. I don't like throw my hands in the air and I'm so happy that I made $1,000 or $2,000. To me, it's just numbers on a screen. So okay. I try to not really. I celebrate for show, but in reality, I'm just being goofy on the stream. I really don't have any. I don't go down to iDoc and I'm like high-fiving her down when I go down the stairs or anything. Like, yeah, I made all this money. It's more just like another day with numbers for the most part.
What is this iDoc that you speak of?
Oh, the person that brought me the sandwich. So iDoc is one of my mods and the owner of that dog Pickle and the girlfriend of this guy. And she is always around. She's always in chat. Half of these people in this chat know who she is, but we call her the eye doc because she's an eye doctor. There she is.
Oh, wow. Okay.
She's actually, yeah, she's one of my mods on my channel too, but she is always here. She somehow decides to put up with me all night, every night, and then manages to listen to me and put up with me even more in the morning by listening to me. Great. Bless her heart. So, yeah. But
I don't know if anybody caught it, but the code magically appeared on the screen. I gave a little hint. by popping in, installing. I'm having my
Nice,
fun.
nice.
Okay.
That's very generous of you, man.
20, 50K expert accounts. Pickles 20. It's out there.
Oh man, Luke? Did you see the sandwich that she brought me? What?
No, I didn't see it. Let me see.
Dude,
Beautiful.
this is what lunch money is all about. This is probably like, I think I can afford the sandwich after I make $1,000. That's probably what it's worth.
Beautiful.
Very nice. Very nice.
So let's see. I'm in Eastern time. It's 1 o'clock Eastern. So far, I've had 2 Slim Jims and 2 Diet Cokes today.
That sounds 0% healthy, bro.
I did go to the gym this morning though, with the trainer. This
That's
useless session that I paid $80 for to, live off of Slim Jims and Diet Coke. But
what kind of workout stuff do you do when you go to the gym?
Bodybuilding type stuff.
Yeah.
My trainer's a competitive bodybuilder, still active in his career competing.
Mhm.
So it's fun.
Very nice.
Yes.
Do you like to go in the mornings before you start work, or do you like to go in the middle of the day? So people are different with this, right?
Definitely morning, and definitely only morning for me. 6:30.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's run it. Let's keep going. Woo. I love it. I love it. Look at that go. Oh, that's my upper target. So actually, no, you know what? I'm going to take the profit there and just chill on this one. I can get a little bit higher on this trade, but I'm going to wait and see if I want to see improvement on this. So that was good. This upper blue target, you guys know on my stream, these blue pivots are also really strong. I saw a volume exhaustion candle, so I usually scare myself out of long, even though I can probably get a little bit more out of this trade. I'm not really going to push it too hard from here. I'm going to wait and see if the conditions get even better. Nice job. That was a win. I will show you guys details some of my trades I made today, just really quick. I took a long this morning, and usually when markets are falling apart like this, I still don't get scared of it. I actually took a long here and took a little bit of a loss. I took a long here, and then I made some money, and then I took a long there, and then I took a little bit of a loss, and then I took a long here, and then I made some money. So I'm green-ish for the day, which is good, which is pretty nice. That brought me green for the day, which is really cool. Exciting. Chat, do you like to work out in the mornings or afternoons or midday? I would love to work out in the mornings. There's just something different about getting a morning pump before you go to work. You just feel alive. You feel alert. I mean, you feel ready to go. I just can't get out of bed at like 5 in the morning because I start my stream at 7:30 my time. Evenings, but we go to the evenings every single day. Me and the iDoc, we're like workout fanatics. We go all the time. The gym? Oh, yeah. Where I go? Oh, I go to the gym that's over there. Right over there. You in the gym? The gym is that way. Right next to the beach. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it'll kick you. Well, yeah, you should. If you kick me out of bed at like 5:30 in the morning, I might get up and go. I would like to work out in the mornings for sure. But I think we go in the afternoons. We do boot camp style training probably 2 or 3 times a week. We do yoga probably once, maybe 2 times a week if we're really being hardcore that week. And then we'll do something like walk around the neighborhood or whatever. Her and I every day are like doing something. So the code does not leak. 30% off any starter plus. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I thought they gave you the code. Wasn't it pickles 20 with a Z? Is that the code? I think the code might have shown up on the screen somewhere. Everyone was typing like a million times, so that was probably it. So question, did anyone use the code? Oh, I think chat is saying that a lot of people got it. Now, I don't know if they really didn't get it, or did anybody use the code at all? One person tell me if you used the code. You got it? Okay. Everyone got it. You guys just, y'all got to beat them to the punch. See, some people got it. People got it. Okay. Y'all. Jason got it. Okay, see, some people got it. But if it didn't work, it's because you got to be faster when they do the giveaway. So you have to be here and be paying attention, and when they do the giveaway, you got to jump in on it. It's just for 20 people. Not everybody gets a free expert account. as much as I'd love to do that. Only made $1,000 on this trade. I can't afford that many. So one of the cool things that we're going to do, I guess, going forward is we'll have some more, I guess, mechanically favorable ways to do giveaways so that everybody, but the idea is that YouTube's kind of limited with what you can do. And if you don't, this way they're doing it today. If you didn't get in, sorry if you didn't win today, but you can win maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. Just be here. Do it all the time. The people here are quick though. Was it Pickles 20? Was that the code? Oh, okay. Some people who have 2 screens, they are fast to claim. Is that the trick? We should do a wheel. Here's the thing. There is a way to do, for 20, it's hard to do a wheel to pull 20 names out. But there is a way that you can kind of do a little spinny wheel for like 1 or 2 giveaways. Make it easy. It was a coupon code they gave out for 20 free expert accounts. My order flow indicators versus naked price action. Order flow. Okay, so one of the tricks, especially what I do, is that one of the tricks that you will learn in my style of trading is that volume is king. I'm one of the people that's in, there's a couple of camps of traders in this world. And one of the major camps is that price action can predict the future. Just because I disagree with you or somebody else, don't think that there's a right or wrong in trading. Every trading strategy works. Every trading strategy also doesn't work. They're all equally good and bad at the same time. Really, the magic of a winning trader is the trader themselves. Risk management, position management. That's really the key. So how you decide where to enter and exit is kind of where your charting comes in. And price action is the method of believing that past price can predict future activity. Whatever the price was doing in the past can predict something in the future. What are the shape of the candles doing, different time frames, etc. It's a really strong trading style. It's not bad. There's nothing wrong with it. No trading style will ever give you money on a silver platter. You always have to be a good trader no matter how you look at the market. So price action believes price is king, and that's where you get all of your information from. Like an example is, okay, I think this is called a fair value gap. Like you have a resistance, you break through on a big candle, then you have a new support, and inside of here, this is the ICT stuff, there's a gap. Because you created that, price action indicates some kind of activity and momentum to the upside, right? This is classic ICT stuff, right? Not a bad idea. The other camp that I'm in is that price action is more random than it's not. And the real strength of a trading system is, can you predict where traders will be? Not necessarily being able to predict which direction the market goes. It doesn't matter. If you can isolate where traders are going to be and where volume is going to be, then you've picked the right spot to make a trade on. A lot of people in my YouTube channel, they take this trade because 92% of days you bounce off of that green line. It's just some kind of mechanical thing we exploit, because what it does, it exploits some hedging volume that takes place on the chart. You can see it right here. So what I do is I believe price action is more random than it's not. And instead I look for volume and order flow. And the 92% comes from the fact that the order flow here is more positive than negative. So there's more longing than shorting at this particular pivot. So now that I know where I can enter, and now I know the order flow is slightly better to the long side as the market's falling and people are panicking, this is a long entry to take. Both styles are really good, but in the modern day with more data available to you as a trader, all of our stuff is gamma exposure and order flow, volume pivots, and volume prediction. I believe that is slightly better than the candle stuff and the charting stuff, simply because it gives you a little bit more information. Candles will just tell you direction, but candles won't tell you where you should get in that often. Like if the market's falling, there's no candles here to tell me where to enter. So the next step is combining the two together for a super strategy. Is here I can take, I know as the market's falling, I'm just eyeballing out the corner of my eye. Aha, here's the pivot. When market recovered, I go, aha, here's my pivot right here. And so that is, I think, is a stronger modern day strategy to try to find volume anywhere you can. And those of you might be familiar with VWAPs or volume profiles, and those are actually not bad at finding volume. This uses options. Our strategy that I use at Rockseater uses options to predict volume that hasn't happened yet. So options will tell you where people are likely to act based on hedging and having positions assigned to you and such, and that allows me to find volume in certain pivots before it happens. And that's kind of a neater, newer modern tool. And a lot of modern tools have new data feeds available that are starting to kind of get on the volume train. And you're going to see a lot of that out there. A lot of new types of software that's looking at options and volume and stuff. So, yeah. Very, very good question. The combination of using charting and price action as well as finding volume and volume pivots is a very strong confluence between the two. Use them together. And what I do on my charts, you'll see over here, you can see that off to the right, there's a little, this is SPY at the top right, and I've got S&P futures to the left. All of my pivots I draw are predictable high volume pivots. Every time you touch them, you're going to see volume spike out of nowhere. It's kind of neat, right? We're forecasting where volume is going to be. There's a volume spike there. This halfway point is that resistance I was talking about earlier. And this white line's not above zero. So there's the resistance we're starting to see that I mentioned. So the way that I read the market is kind of different than most people, I think, because we kind of invented this method and it's kind of new. But I'm looking at the way the index is tracking the stocks, and that's kind of what it's designed to do anyways. And I think the very ultimate level, or the next level of advancing your trading style, is trying to look at the index and the stocks and the ETFs all at once for additional clues. Imagine trying to find pivots in just one thing, but why not find pivots in all the stocks at the same time as well? The index is designed to track to the stocks by default. So when the index is not moving around, when nobody's buying it, it's still going to move around in price because dealers are placing their bid and ask around what the price should be based on what the stocks are doing. So, yeah, so great question. If you guys have any questions about my style or strategy, hit me up. What I managed to be very, very good at is finding volume. What I'm very terrible at, and what everybody's probably terrible about, is predicting which direction the market's going to go. And that's okay, because if you're chasing some holy grail of, I'm going to be able to find some magic sauce to predict the stock market, I'm going to tell you, after 15 years of trading, there is one absolute thing that I have come into realization of as a trader. The absolute thing is as follows: the stock market is 100% random. No matter how much effort I put into trying to decipher it, I'm a very accomplished mathematician. I mean, gosh, I should be able to figure this out. There is no math equation that's going to predict the stock market. And that's the absolute truth. After years of trying to struggle with that fact, I came to the conclusion that that is a fact. And so because of that, let me build a strategy around the idea that the stock market's kind of random. So I don't need to predict which direction it goes to be good at this. I just need to predict what I do. Should have control over. So what strategy I traded before this one? Oh, man, when I started, I started in 2010. And when I started, the hot thing was moving averages and MACDs. I know you guys are going to laugh at that because I don't think a lot of people use that anymore. But very, very old school, RSI, old school. And then once I realized I was kind of spinning my wheels with it, I even used the TTM squeeze for a little bit. And I was spinning my wheels with those things. And to me, as an engineer, I looked at that stuff and I thought it was just silly. I was like, how can price candles contain additional, when you take price candles and you put them into an equation to create an indicator. Hold on one second. Looks like my platform just crashed out. When you make an indicator out of candles, somehow the indicator contains or presents extra information the candles didn't already have. I never understood that. The candles are all the information that exists in the stock market. That's it. This is all the price data. But somehow people were saying, oh, no, this indicator totally works. Well, how did that indicator unpack some hidden information inside of the candles? To me, as an engineer, sounded silly. So I kind of quickly abandoned technical indicators early on. And I started looking at things that were actually kind of working, which was volume profiles and VWAPs. Anything that could find volume made sense to me because I started saying, oh, I can't predict which direction the market's going to go. But if I can predict where buyers and sellers are going to be, then at least I know where to take my 50-50 coin flip at. And that's the most important part. Here, high volume. Here, high volume. And if I know that ahead of time, which I know my pivots are calculated at 9:30 in the morning, then I know I'm just going to take my long bet here and here. That means I won't, maybe if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter, but at least I'm not wrong from here or from here or from here or from here. I'm at least wrong at the right spot. And when I got to the mentality of being wrong at the right spot, my win rate went through the roof. My profitability went from non-existent to, oh my God, I'm making a lot of money doing this. It doesn't happen overnight, but the conclusion I came to that the market was unpredictable, but where I behave is 100% predictable. was very key to my strategy. If I know where traders are going to be, then take my coin flip at the right spot. That keeps me from chasing a long at the top, chasing a short at the bottom. And that was completely, like overwhelming change in my strategy. Where will traders be? Volume is king. Volume lets you know where you're going to act. Volume lets you plan a trade from here to here. How far is that? Well, that's 2.5 points in QQQ. That's 100 points in Nasdaq with a 40-point stop. Okay, 2.5 to 1 trade. And then you can automatically start building risk and reward off of these volume pivots if you want from anywhere. And once I started exploring the path of trying to find volume, then I went down the path of using options to predict volume ahead of time. And then that was the game changer for me. Any volume prediction you guys use, any volume at all, if you're leaning towards volume, it's going to give you a lot more information than you thought it would. Volume is just cool. Whatever you use that uses volume, volume is king. These pivots are based on options data, yeah. So a bull zone means there's more people trading against market makers that are hedging sold calls to the market of somebody. Okay, example of how this would work. Say that you bought like a bajillion shares of Apple, okay? You just longed Apple. And in this particular example, this is pretty easy to think about. You longed Apple and you bought a bajillion shares. Well, nobody's there to actually sell you that much. So a market maker is the one that shorted a bajillion shares to you. And so that they're not taking the risk of shorting it against a bull market. They're going to buy calls to go with it, right? Is this example. And the calls are actually sold by another market maker who sold those calls to them. And if you can see in this particular chain, you have calls tied to stock, right, in this way. And this person who sold the calls to this market maker, this person's also hedging the underlying as well. And you can see it kind of loops back on itself, right? An options seller, an options buyer, a market maker of Apple, and then you, the trader. This is you and me right up here with our $1 billion buy on Apple. It all wraps back around because you're longing Apple and this person can actually sell Apple as well. So you kind of complete the chain with this loop. So what I looked for is I look for options that are inside of this particular chain. And because these options are going to be hedged to neutral, because they're going to be hedged to neutral, if I can find where they all are, I can calculate where that maximum hedging volume is going to be. And that's exactly what that volume is. You're seeing a bunch of hedging just piling on, and it's called gamma exposure. Really, it's kind of like the new thing you're hearing a lot of people talk about in the last couple of years. And we're one of the pioneers in the gamma exposure field. So you guys like it. Screen is not perfectly clear. I can probably try to see if I can make it bigger for you guys. Hold up. How about that? Is that a little bit easier? That's slightly better. Love to see my opinion on a video. They did a recent study on chart patterns. Tell me the conclusion. I can't watch the video on the screen, but what is it that they came up with at the conclusion? When I remember all studies that came up with chart patterns basically said that chart patterns are 50-50, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, a pattern helps you isolate where you get in and get out, which is always a good thing. Predicting the market is going to be so hard to do. Right? Patterns sometimes break up, sometimes break down, Do I prefer prop firms or personal account? They are both great for different reasons. A prop firm is fantastic for somebody learning to trade. It's fantastic for somebody still in the first couple of years of their trading journey. It's fantastic for somebody that has a day job and doesn't want to risk their real money because they have bills to pay. It's fantastic for somebody that's actually trying to teach themselves risk management, because prop firms will shove it down your throat and make you do it. You get risk management or you bust. They make you do all these rules. They're actually good for you, teach you how to manage your positions and size down. And you stick with the prop firm long enough, you'll learn how to do it. Now, when you get to be a really, really, really good trader and you're doing this on your own, there are advantages to a live account. There are advantages to your own personal account. Clearly, there's no rules. Now you're in the Wild West. You got to set your own rules. On top of that, the taxation is slightly better in a live account than a prop account. You get your taxes on futures gains at 60-40 rule rather than your wages from your prop firm. So the tax rate is always better in a live account as well. So when most people like me, I do a combination of both. I like the prop world because I like the chance to, to beat the game with very little risk. To me, that's exciting and fun. I like doing that. And you guys like doing it too. It's kind of fun. You don't have to risk a lot. You can go in there and trade the prop account and make some money. While it's taxed a little bit higher, the risk was very low to compensate. On the same time, I always have my live account, my own real futures account. I have my own real options account, and I have live account with ETF. I have a live account with MyFundedFutures. I got a ton of live accounts out there. I play with a lot of different accounts at different times. When the market's nice and clean and bullish and I love it, I'm hitting it hard with my real account. When markets are crazy and volatile and they don't know what's going to happen, the market's like trade war nonsense, I'm not risking my real account. I'm risking the prop accounts. Why would I go lose tens and 20s and hundreds of thousands of dollars risking my real account when I'm trying to day trade instead of use the prop firm when things are risky? So you can kind of bounce between the two like that. That's usually a kind of way people do it. And, you know, if you start losing money in your real account, you can make prop payouts and then fund yourself as a trader with that. I know a lot of people that do that as well. So hopefully that answers your question. That's why I think they're both good. And even as a person that was self-funded trader, I was self-funded all my life. I never used prop firms, never needed them until they got really big and popular. And all of my viewers of my stream were using them. And they were like, "No, man, you got to get in on this. It's so good. It's so good." And I was like, "Yeah, but the taxes, though." No, it's really good, man. It's actually better than you thought. And once I dove into it, I was like completely blown away by how this is the perfect training ground for brand new traders. It doesn't get better than that. When I started trading, listen, I'm like an old dinosaur here, okay? When I started trading in 2010, they didn't have micro futures, okay? I feel like you kids out there are blessed with micro futures. We had to trade E-minis or, you know, hit the road. We had nothing easy. You had to jump in with full mini risk. If I put $5,000 in a futures account because that's the money I had that week, I could bust it up in a single 20 minutes trading oil. You didn't get micro futures. And that came around maybe 5 years ago. So the idea that you have these like risk limiting or like risk, like limiting steps to you are fantastic as a trader. You got micro futures now, you got prop firms now. These are a way for you to practice and have real emotions, and you cannot beat that as a new trader at all. And when you say new trader and what I consider a new trader, you've been trading for less than 10 years, you're a new trader. So don't think a new trader is like you've been doing this for 6 months, you're ready to go real. It takes most people 5 to 10 years to ace them, you know, ace the game. And that's pretty normal for anybody that wants to be an expert in anything. You want to be a surgeon, you want to be a cello player, I don't know. You got to put about 5 to 10 years on that too. But yeah, so that's the kind of hopefully that answers your question. I love all different aspects of it. So you'll see me on my stream, especially here, trading prop accounts, live account. And usually when I'm more confident on the trade, I'm more ably like willing to risk real money, right? Money that that's mine, right? And if the market's a little riskier, then hey, let's play the prop account, you know? So it's kind of like you can go back and forth. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. It's reassuring that you're 6 years in the game. Trust me, I was like, my first 5 years were battling my own ego and learning how to just be patient and learning how to not be thinking I could figure this out and thinking I could predict this and thinking I was smarter than everybody. It happens. It took me 5 years to really humble myself and start realizing that, you know, I was not going to win this game unless I changed something. So don't be discouraged if you're 2, 3, 4 years in, you're not doing much, right? It's normal. It's very normal, actually. A lot of people are like, man, I put like 3 or 4 months into it. I'm just not making any money. I'm going to quit. And seasoned traders will probably laugh at you and be like, oh my gosh, that's like you picking up a guitar and playing for like 3 months and then saying, you know what, I'm not any good. I'm going to quit. And then, you know, Eric Clapton would laugh at you. You know, she's like, really, kid? Like anything you're going to master, you're going to have to put in your 10,000 hours of work. That's just normal for anything. So do I copy trade my live account across ETFs, options, and futures? No. I'm notoriously known for being the one trader out there who does not copy trade. Even if I have multiple accounts with the prop, I never copy trade them. Not once. The reason is because you can use your accounts as a risk avoiding step for yourself as well. If you have a really risky trade, example, here, you blow up less by doing what I'm about to say. I have a trade here. I have a trade here. Which one do I want to take? Why not both? The market's random. One of them might work. I have 5 accounts. Let me trade it with 2 of my accounts there and 3 of my accounts there. If I go bust, I only busted 2 of them. It doesn't make as much money because I didn't copy trade all of them, but I didn't put all my eggs in one basket. So I never really copy trade across props, and I don't usually copy trade my real account with my other prop accounts as well. I'll use my real account. I might take the same trade, but they're not like tethered together where I push one button, they all trade at once. I've always been the person that says never put all your eggs in one basket, never take all of them in one trade. So I might be different than most people out there, but it helps me maintain and a good, like, healthy trading style to not try to predict everything in all one bite. What's up, Luke?
What's up? Time for life lessons with Luke. This is a segment we haven't done yet, Matt. We've done on some of the other shows. Matt is like food. We need it to survive and to thrive, to be healthy emotionally, physically. But too much of it could bite us in the butt, which is why we only get an hour a day. How is that analogy?
That's actually pretty good. I was wondering where you're going with that. that also could have ended with, Matt, you're fired, you know, like. Just kidding.
Dude, awesome segment today. Awesome segment.
Thanks, buddy.
10 out of 10.
Thank you. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys having me here. This was fun. You got to see me execute a live trade. This was good. It's better than yesterday's market where we're just kind of watching it chop around. So appreciate
Matt,
you guys.
give us some final thoughts as we head off into the day. You know,
well,
we got another couple hours
end, right?
open.
Is there nothing after this, right? This is the end of the show, right?
This is the end of the show.
Well, I'm going to be heading to my YouTube and probably trading this afternoon. So if you guys want to continue the journey, feel free to come on over. If I'm allowed to drop my links there.
Yeah, how do they find you?
I should be there this afternoon, and I'll type it in chat. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll head on over there. All right, here it is. You guys, I typed in chat. That should be it. Yeah. So I'll be there. And final thoughts, I'm going to say, you know, take it easy. Market's getting a lot of, you know, ups and downs. The volatility is still there this month. You're going to have a lot of challenges this month that weren't here last month. The market was a little cleaner last month than this one. It's still progressing upward, but the market's extremely sensitive to news events and catalysts. In an environment where the volatility is really high and you can see that the volatility is very high, a good rule of thumb, so you don't bust all your accounts out there, is to size down. When in doubt, always size down. Whatever you thought you did before, do a third of that, half of that. Do something smaller because the market can be a little more violent in these volatile environments. So take it easy, be cool, plan your trades. Don't chase. Volatility just means choppy up and down. Anything you try to chase is probably going to revert back to where it started from. And just kind of be smarter. Think more, act less, plan better, trade smaller. This environment.
Awesome. I love it. All righty, sir. We will see you back tomorrow, 23 hours here, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Happy trading, everyone.